This is a true crime discussions channel. We speculate. This is all just speculation. Because it's true crime, it's for mature audiences only. There will be no children allowed, no exceptions. Everything on this channel falls under fair use. Please remember to like, comment, subscribe, and share. It's free. I was muted. Hey y'all, happy Tuesday. It's so good to see you. Mary Brown I think you renewed your membership because I remember you being here before. So let me grab the crazy train and pick you up on the way to Speculation Station before the train takes off today. I'm going off the rails on a crazy train. Thank you so much for that, Miss Mary. It's good to see y'all on this lovely Tuesday. It is beautiful outside. I was walking this morning and I have been working on getting the audio of Jessica Kelly together for people who haven't seen it. So, been doing that. Let me say hey to y'all. It's good to see you, Edith and Genevieve and Ali X and Abellis and Miss Scorpio Rising, Fawny, Anders. Good to see you, Bad Girl, Amber Cryer. Good to see you. Nene Nut, good to see you. Julianne, good to see you. Indy, good to see you. Cindy from sunny South Florida. Lorraine, good to see you. Lorraine, Sandra and I did a stream on Alexi or Alizi Treviso a while back. She might have some updates if there is some. We need to do another stream on that at some point. Good to see y'all. Thank you so much for being here. Okay, so today we're going to watch the last two interrogations of Michelle Martens. Now, my versions are unedited and they don't have my thoughts put into them, so there might be more information we haven't heard yet in them because we did do Real Crime Psychology's breakdown of it, but I think that person put several interviews together. This stream is going to be very difficult to hear. There is hey Hannah UK. There is a lot of things that Michelle Martin says, and I think it was a false confession, but some of it has to be true, right? Like, I don't know what to believe and what not to believe. It is what she's going to describe is the worst of the worst. Like, it doesn't get any worse than what she says happened. And so I really want to give you that trigger warning. If you need to sit this stream out, please feel free to do so. I would much rather have you protect your peace than to be here today, because it's impossible. It is literally impossible for me to stress how hard this is going to be to hear. Hey, Southern Cats, good to see you. And Chantel Douglas, good to see you, love. So yeah, I just want to, oh, Lord have mercy. I just wanted to give you that warning. I thought you wrote the Coke is gone. What should I bake next? And I was like, I hope you're not baking Coke. Goodness. Okay. All right. Back to the subject at hand. So yeah, protect your peace. This will be hard to hear. Please, please. Please, please, please. So we're going to do this one. It is, this one's an hour and 57 minutes, and I'm going to do my best to get into this one. I know a lot of this one is just her sitting there, so we can kind of skip through it. So I'm hoping we should have time to do both of them today, because this one, again, is just, there's not a lot in it. So with that, we will get started. I was like, what? A Coca-Cola cake. Interesting. Alex, if I didn't say hey to you, good to see you. We ate some banana nut bread this morning. Hey, Scratch to Paint, good to see you. All right, so let's get into this. So they had just left. They had asked her, did she want to take a break for a minute because it was getting kind of hard to hear and things were getting a little difficult. So they took a break and she's sitting there by herself. Okay, I knew there was one that had like 5 minutes of a person just sitting there. I've got to add the chapter to this at some point. All right, so right here is where they come back in. She's crying. Hey, horse lover. Good to see you, horse lover.
Hey, sweetie.
How you doing, ma'am? I'm Corey.
Hi.
It's nice to meet you.
Josh is gonna go back in and talk to Fabian a little bit. So I just wanted to come back in so that way we can kind of continue on going through, okay? Maybe to make it a little bit easier, I just wanted to talk to you a little bit. Victoria's birthday was
Just yesterday.
just yesterday, right? Okay. And what were you guys gonna do for Victoria's birthday?
We were gonna celebrate it today.
Okay. What was did you guys have a
The
plan?
Park Valley.
The part,
Hey, Shraddha, good to see you. Nicole, good to see you. Orange Rose, good to see you. Oh, yeah, Nicole, good to see you. Yeah, we are. So, in the labs is where I give my commentary. We are exploring the possibility of false confessions. I know I'll probably have to say this several times, so everybody that's heard this, bear with me. So, Michelle only got 12 years, and you hear this interview, and you're like, how did she admit to all that and then only get 12 years? And then the autopsy said that Victoria was strangled. She had been assaulted for some time. She had an STD, which was human papillomavirus, but there was no methamphetamine in her system. So at least part of this, if not all of this, was a false confession. And we're kind of looking at that, and I'm trying to figure out what is the truth and what isn't, because when we get at the end of the day, Victoria was sexually assaulted. There was a homicide committed. She was dismembered. She did have an STD, and the autopsy said that it had been going on for some time. So, what really happened? What's the truth? That's what we're trying to figure out. Hey, the classic one, first offense, perhaps for only 12 years. We need to, before we continue into this, let's look um, at what her charges were specifically, because we know that Fabian only got reckless child endangerment, and that would be for allowing Jessica to come to the house. So we need. Sorry, I can't talk while I'm typing. Says Michelle Martens was sentenced to 12 years in prison for the role in the death of her 10-year-old daughter, Victoria Martens, who was murdered in 2016. She pleaded guilty to reckless child abuse resulting in death as part of a plea agreement. So her charges were reckless child abuse resulting in death. What did Jessica Kelly? So, I mean, hers and Fabian's charges are the same. Which makes me feel like his sentence is true. Jessica Kelly has been sentenced to 50 years in prison with 6 years suspended for her role in the brutal and unfathomable death of Victoria Martens in 2016. Kelly pleaded no contest to 6 charges, including child abuse resulting in death and aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. She admits to setting a girl on fire after she was killed. So yeah, I mean, I think Jessica Kelly was the main perpetrator in this, and some unknown male. I think possibly what Fabian was saying the whole time is could be true. Hey, Jerica. And everybody coming in, I'll probably say it again, but so we are very open to others' opinions, thoughts, and speculations. Even if we disagree, we are very respectful about it. So just remember that in chat, please and thank you, because I know it'll probably get heated today with this interview. Amber said, but how can she just sit there and admit to watching these men assault her baby girl and enjoy watching it? Good question. Hey, Mrs. O, this case is disturbing. We're going to look at it because, again, like some of it was false. She said there was going to be meth. They would give her meth and then assault her, but there was no methamphetamine in her system. That is what I know to be 100% fact. So if you watch the detectives, they'll ask her a question and then they'll say, okay, don't lie to me, don't lie to me. And then she kind of will change the story. I related it to, I have a child that is, I don't know, she's neurodivergent and I don't know if it plays a role, but like she has siblings and they'll all be doing something wrong. But when I ask who is doing something wrong, she'll always say it was her. And, and it, like half the time it's not even true, but she admits to doing whatever it was and like will be okay with being punished for it, but it's not her. So it's made things very hard to figure out because the other ones will say she did it even if she didn't. And it's like it reminds me of that situation, and I'm wondering if that's why I look at it from a different perspective. Because just like with her, why are you telling me you did something that you actually didn't do? I don't understand. I don't know if it's like I don't know if Michelle's possibly neurodivergent. I don't know. It's kind of like, we're going to try to figure it out together, I suppose. Hey, Mandy. He slipped and hinted in his language. You think so? Yeah, I don't know why she does that. So, anyways, let's get into it.
At the park above, it's up in Interrogation.
Okay. Okay.
Nice.
You guys just have friends and cake and, okay.
Right, Julie.
How do you, I mean, does that make you, it's hard, huh? Okay. She was your baby.
I can't imagine my mother without her. Now I have to.
Why'd you name her Victoria?
Okay, I always said if I had a girl, I'd name her Victoria.
Okay. And she was 10, just turned 10? Yeah. What were some of her favorite things to do?
Color, math,
Math. Ooh.
gymnastics.
Gymnastics. Okay. What did she do, like tumbling and gymnastics? Okay. Wow. You're gonna miss her.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm just worried about my son.
Well, and I want you to be able to be there for your son. Okay.
I'm worried about my life now too.
Well, can you kind of tell me why you're worried?
Because I'm afraid they're gonna come back and kill me. I don't even want to stay home now.
Okay.
I want to get out of there.
Here's the thing. They can't come back and kill you as long as you're honest and allow us to do our job. Okay? Makes sense? So, when we left before, we were talking about how, and you said around 4 or 5, that you noticed that there was the meth on the table, right? And then what time, kind of explain to me that again, what time did Victoria come home, and when did you notice the meth was gone?
She gets home about 4:30 because the bus gets there about 4. So
Okay.
she went to her friend's house because she didn't see me at the bus stop.
Okay.
And her friend sent her back to the house around 4:30, 4:45, around there. And then that's about the time that me and Fabian, we got back about 4:50, 5 o'clock,
Okay.
around there.
And where were you and Fabian at?
We went to his uncle's.
Okay. Okay.
And we came back and that's when I saw the bag on the table.
Okay.
And then
It's okay. Take your time.
I went to use the restroom
Mm-hmm.
and I came back and it was gone. And
Okay.
Victoria was the only one in the living room. So then she said she started feeling tired, so she was gonna go to bed.
Okay.
So she went in there.
Okay, so this one I'm probably going to pause a lot to break down because I'm legitimately trying to figure this out. So she says Victoria did the methamphetamine because the meth was on the table. Victoria was the only one in the house, and when she came back, it was gone. But again, we know definitively that Victoria did not do the methamphetamine, so maybe she just assumed there, and maybe she is telling the truth with the rest. I don't know. Um, and then, but see, in the very next sentence, she says Victoria said she was sleepy and going to go take a nap. And we know that Victoria never said that. that Jessica told them that she was tired and she put Victoria to bed. We do know Victoria was alive after school because she went with Fabian to the gas station. And then they sat and listened to music, and Jessica's carrying her down the stairs and then says that she's tired and she's in the bed and she's going to sleep. Victoria never said that. She did just say Victoria said that she was tired and she was going to bed.
She went into her room? Okay.
Never came back out.
Okay. What happened next? Did you go check on it?
I always check on her. When I checked on her, she seemed to be breathing. Because I checked, I always look at her stomach to see if it's going up and down. And that was the last time that I checked on her.
Okay. And what happened next?
So that,
Okay.
Fabian said he was going to go check on her for me.
Okay.
So he went to go check on her, and that was the time she wasn't breathing.
Okay, now Fabian said he was going to go check on Victoria for her, but Fabian says that Jessica wouldn't let either one of them near the room. So why would Fabian say I'm going to go check on Victoria for you, meanwhile calling Victoria it, distancing himself from Victoria in the interrogations and saying that Michelle's the one that always checked on her. So these are questions I have at the moment. Julianne says she seems legitimately confused. I don't think by this point she actually knows what happened for sure, as they've pushed so much narrative on her. Yeah, I can agree with that statement as well.
And that's what he told me. She's not breathing.
And what did you do?
Okay, so let me take that back. She said that he went in to check on her, and that's when she was told she wasn't breathing. Okay, so that makes sense.
I got up, what do you mean she's not breathing? And then I looked on the table and put the notice the bag was gone. I was like, did she get a hold of that? And they're like, she might have. I
Okay.
was like, what was the only thing there?
And where was the bag at?
On the living room table. On
Okay.
the coffee table.
And did you ever see it after it went missing?
No.
No. Okay. Okay.
So then Jessica went to get the knife. And I asked her where she's going with that.
Okay.
She said we're gonna dispose of the body.
So let's back up just a little bit, okay? Because you're skipping around. So Fabian tells you she's not breathing. Did you go check on her?
I did.
Okay. And tell me about that. What did you see?
Just her laying there.
Okay.
I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to call the cops because then they probably would have stopped me from trying to do that.
Okay.
I didn't know what to do.
There's another reason that you didn't call the police though.
She legitimately just say I didn't want to call the cops because they would have tried to stop me from getting rid of her body? Okay. Wait a minute. I misunderstood. Now I got it. But she didn't call the cops because I assume Jessica, she's saying they, so Jessica and Fabian wouldn't let her or something to that effect. Is she death or something? Because how she's talking, just wondering. Oh, I I think that it's just because she's so emotional and crying right now. It's hard. It She talks like that. You know how like when you get really like you see kids get really upset and they or even adults depending on a situation and then they're like hyperventilating and trying to talk to you at the same time. I think that's kind of what's going on.
I was in there. Why didn't you call police?
Because there was drugs in the house.
Okay.
And I didn't want them to think it was mine because it's not.
Okay. And I understand. That I understand. Okay. I mean, there's drugs in the house. You don't want to get in trouble. Okay. So you check on your daughter. And what do you find? It's okay.
Hey, Suze.
She wasn't breathing when I went in there.
Okay. Was she dead?
She was.
Okay.
Suze, you're not late, sweetheart. You got here right when you were supposed to be here. Um, so Jerica said she's trying to act like she's scared of Fabian and Jessica. She's definitely scared of Jessica, though. Jen said, yes, Jessica and Fabian had Michelle convinced that people were coming after them. I don't know, maybe. I mean, considering the state of Jessica at the time being on meth and like for days beforehand talking about God and the TV's talking to her and all the things, and then you are fully aware she has just committed homicide on an innocent child. I don't know if you would need much more convincing. I think I'd be scared at that point, regardless. You know.
I'm so sorry. I know that this is not your fault.
I feel like it is.
It's not.
That's how they want me to feel.
That is how they want you to feel. They want you to feel like you did this and it's your fault, but it's not.
Did anybody go in the room in between when you checked on her and when the first time and the second time?
I'm not sure because I went to use the bathroom.
Okay.
Can I clarify something with your times a little bit? When did you and Fabian go to his brother's house to buy some weed? When was that? Was that before this or after?
That was before this.
Okay.
Because I wasn't home. I wasn't home to get Victoria at the bus stop. And then that's what made her go to her friend's house.
Okay.
And then her friend sent her back to the house when Jessica was there.
Okay.
So I don't know what went on when I wasn't there.
Okay.
So do you remember when you and Fabian were back in the parking lot? When you guys got back to
Me
the
and him were
apartment?
sitting in the car.
Okay. And you guys, what were you doing?
We were listening to the music.
Okay. And what did you see with Jessica? What happened with Jessica?
She was coming down the stairs with my daughter in a blanket.
And
Okay, so timeline is that she wasn't there to get Victoria off the bus. So Victoria goes to her friend's house, but her friend sends her back home with Jessica, who's at the house, because Fabian and Michelle are gone at 4 p.m. to the uncle's house getting some green, even though Fabian said they came back at 11 or 12 from the uncle's house from having beer and getting green. Now let's just play it out like this. Let's say that they're both right. Fabian is right. They went and drank a couple beers, then they decided to go back after they came back home and go get some green. Okay, let's just run that scenario. So Victoria gets off the bus at 4 o'clock. They're going to get some green, and so she goes to her friend's house and then is sent to the apartment with Jessica. And then Jessica comes down the stairs holding Victoria when they get back. Where does going to the gas station to get Victoria a Coca-Cola come into play at? Because at some point, I mean, the homicide couldn't have occurred while you weren't there if at some point you took her to the gas station to get a Coke. That would mean that she's off the bus. You take her to the gas station to get a Coke, you come back and then leave to go get the green, or you were there listening in the car when the homicide happened. Those things are not making sense. Oh, yeah, please hit the thumbs up if y'all don't mind. Thank you. Yeah, this is probably going to be a long stream because I'm going to pause a lot. It is. I don't know about the blanket part either. Um That girl said exactly. I just brought up about the tacos too. Yeah, that tacos thing is, I don't know. That part is illogical in my opinion as well. Jessica Kelly is the kind of person you don't want to know even your first name. She's unhinged. She definitely is. I thought about um well, never mind. Scratch the Paint said I don't think Jessica was Fabian's cousin. You don't? I think she was because we seen there is audio clip of her sister in court blowing kisses and saying, Fabian, you're still family. So I don't know, maybe. Yeah, and there's that guy's in every single one. Julie said he's the detective who's been going between the rooms. Yeah. Yep. All right, so trying to figure out this timeline. Let's see if we get more information.
Why was that?
I don't know.
You do know.
So
Let's back up.
I'm just trying to get the times right because it's kind of getting a little confusing. Do you know what I mean?
So let's back up to where you find her and she's dead on the bed. Okay? What happens from there? There's a conversation between you and Fabian and Jessica. What is that conversation?
He said if I tell anybody that I'm gonna be the next one,
Okay.
they threatened me.
And what did you guys decide to do with your daughter? With Victoria? Your baby girl. This is your 10-year-old baby girl, Victoria. What did you guys decide to do?
I can't tell if she said he said that I was going to be next or they said I was going to be next. And she might be saying they because Fabian and Jessica come as a pair because they're related. You know what I mean? Like they, the other people that were new in the house that aren't usually there since they were pretty new to living there or whatever. Could be completely wrong in that too.
It's a echo.
Okay. What happened then? Because you were there and you saw and you watched. Is that right? Yeah. Okay. So what was the discussion about what was going to be done with Victoria?
I don't remember the discussion.
But you knew what was going to happen.
I knew they were gonna get rid of it, but I didn't know. I forgot this discussion.
You forgot the discussion.
I don't remember it.
Okay. What happened? What happened next?
Maybe.
What happened?
They said that if I say anything, they can threaten me.
Okay.
That if I say anything, I'm gonna be the next one. Or I better not fall asleep. So then I just left.
So you left?
There was nothing else I could do. I didn't know what to do.
You're missing a whole bunch of time in there. A whole bunch of time. So, from the time you find your daughter and she's dead, Victoria is dead in her room, am I right? And then you leave. What happened in between that time?
Hey, Paramandy.
I know it's hard.
I think before that was the time I took a stab at her in the stomach.
Okay.
And then with the pillow over it.
So explain the whole pillow over her head. What was that for?
So she's not being coerced here. Because all they're saying to her at this point is there's a lot of time missing and I need you to tell me what was going on. Like they haven't started with the, okay, you're lying, tell us what really happened. Like this is all non-coerced, it's a not, she's not being coerced into saying these things right now. And she just said they put a pillow over her head and was stabbing her in the stomach. Like, that's not something they coerced out of her. They're just asking her about the missing time frame and things like that. It's when they accuse her of lying and then she changes the story I have a problem with. But I mean, again, if we're going to go that route, they didn't um like pressure her into saying she gave Victoria meth either, and there was no meth in her system, only alcohol. Um but I mean, we just saw that she saw the meth on the table, then it wasn't there. Victoria was the only one in the house, so she used deductive reasoning to say that, and she thought that at the time, even though it wasn't true. But I mean, if you're telling me you saw, because she didn't say she saw Victoria take the meth, she said she's saying right here, I saw her with the pillow over her head being stabbed. So that's questionable for me. Paramandy, good to see you. She was there, especially if she knows what happened to her in order. She was right there, y'all. Maybe. I that's true. I'm wondering. Ander, she seems that way. Hey, heathen. Y'all aren't late. Y'all got here right when you were meant to be here. She's not innocent. I just don't believe all of it. I think that's where I am too, Julie, with it. Hey, Mallory. Good to see you. Oh my goodness. Well, I hope that you're doing better now with a break. Kids with addict parents will dump. Yeah, they will. Because sometimes I don't want to put a blanket term over it. I've seen it happen, or I haven't seen it happen. I've heard about it happening. And sometimes they won't. It just depends on the situation, I suppose. Hey, Jenny Jen, it's good to see you, love. I'm so glad you're here. Hannah said, I still question why she was allowed to have unsupervised contact with her kids. It baffles me. If you're talking about Jessica, me too. I don't think that Michelle should have ever had them, like, custody of them unsupervised because she's not cognitively there. But at the same time, I mean, they were alive until this point. So I guess she can parent somewhat. I mean, she at least kept them alive. I don't know. And then it concerns me that, like, she's posted pictures on her Plenty of Fish account, like, with her kids, and people preyed on the fact that they could tell she wasn't all there to abuse her children. But again, I mean, I question at the same time how these men that have assaulted this child found you so often, because it had been happening for some time. So what's the deal?
Because it's a grip to hold her hands.
So was she already
Because she
dead?
was already.
Oh, okay. So you see her and can you kind of explain to me, she's holding her hands?
And Jessica's holding her hands. And Fabian was cutting her arm.
So they were cutting her arms off in the bedroom?
Okay. And then they put her in the bathtub.
Okay. When did they start cutting her leg off?
And see, there was no blood in the bedroom. So how are you holding her arms and cutting her arms in the bedroom if there's not a lot of blood in there? Paramandy, she said that she called the cops, and I think she said CPS, but can't be sure. When her ex-boyfriend, I think it was David from Bye Bye Baby, was trying to kiss Victoria. She said that she saw him trying to kiss Victoria. She called the cops, had Victoria and Matthew checked by a doctor, and they had not been abused, or the doctor said they weren't abused at that time, if I remember correctly. I know I would too, but I'm sure it's not there still after all this time. Yeah, I mean, that's true, Jericho. From what I understand, that's true. So I don't know. Oh, well, I appreciate it, Genevieve. Yeah, I don't know, man. I doubt it's still there. Kalisa, good to see you. Said I read that Fabian and Michelle were proved to have not been near the house when these things happened. That's why they dropped a lot of charges. So we know Michelle confessed to things she never did. That's a good point. I heard that the cell phones proved that they weren't even there. So, but why is she saying all these things without, like, as of right now, she's not being coerced. They're not saying you're lying about these things, tell me the truth. Like, she's just laying out a story. Why? I don't get it. Julie said, was Jessica bailed to that address? If so, why? With kids in the house, that's a major safeguarding issue. Sometimes stuff like that, unfortunately, slides through the cracks. And if I had to guess, I would say that's why, because you had to be on parole. You gotta have the address where you're at. Jerica said, how could she know all this unless she was there telling y'all? I mean, it is a weird story to come up with, but if their cell phones say they were somewhere else, I don't know, man. And she's not being coerced here is my biggest thing. Because if you have pics of your kids on your dating profile, it shows you aren't aware of why you shouldn't, and that guarantees repeat offenses of same child because the mom is the unguarded gateway. That's very possible. Very possible.
Absolutely. Yeah.
After what?
After her birth.
After her? Okay. So what you're saying is Jessica was holding her arms and Fabian was cutting? Okay. Who, so Fabian had the knife at that point? Okay. But you said that Jessica stabbed her in the stomach? Okay. Why?
It's like they were taking turns at her.
Okay. And when you saw this, you didn't call 911 because you were afraid that the cops were gonna know that there were drugs in the house?
And that they were gonna kill me right there on the spot.
Okay. Okay.
Or else I would have.
So at what time does Jessica carry your daughter down the stairs? Is this before or after they cut her up?
After.
So she was already cut up?
No, that's when they put her in the bathtub. It was before.
So even there, like obviously you're not carrying a child that has been decapitated down the steps like in a blanket. And she just said after, and then she changed it back to before because it doesn't make sense. I'm going to back that up and just play that one part again. She asked her, when did she carry her down the stairs? Obviously, you can't carry a decapitated body down the steps, so it would have been after, I mean, before she was decapitated, she was carried down the steps. But Michelle's first response is after, and then she realizes it doesn't make sense and changes it to before. But again, not being prompted to lie or anything like that, so, or not being told she's lying, so why is she doing that?
We're gonna know that there were drugs in the house?
And that they were gonna kill me right there on the spot.
Okay. Okay.
Or else I would have.
So at what time does Jessica carry your daughter down the stairs? Is this before or after they cut her up?
After.
So she was already cut up?
No, that's when they put her in the bathtub. It was before. before they cut her, because then they put her other pieces in the bathtub.
So she carried her downstairs to you guys when you guys were in the car before they cut her up.
Mm-hmm.
And so she was basically asking, are you guys ready to do this?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So then, just so we're clear, you knew that Victoria was dead, right? And then you and Fabian left for a little bit to go to his brother's house? Is that correct? I just
It was when I came back. When I came back.
When you came back? But we have people saying that you and Fabian were sitting in the car when Jessica was on the stairs holding Victoria in a blanket.
That's how I knew.
That's how you knew she was dead? Okay, so then let me back up.
So there she's saying that she knew that Victoria was deceased while Jessica is bringing her down the steps. That's how she knew she was deceased. But Fabian says they have the conversation in the car and they're like, would Jessica do that? And they both look at each other and are like, no, she would never do that. But at the same time, nobody ever goes and checks on Victoria again when Jessica's like, oh, she's just taking a nap. She's going to bed early. Tracy, it's good to see you. Yes, please protect your personal peace. Nene Nutt said, I don't know all the details of the case. I apologize, but was CPS ever involved? So yeah, that's kind of iffy. She says that one of her ex-boyfriends tried to kiss Victoria, and so she called the cops. I think she says, I'm assuming CPS would have gotten involved, and she says she took them to the doctor and they were examined and they didn't find anything. So I don't know. Um, this might be the interview where she talks about that too. So we'll have to see.
Victoria told you she was sleepy and was going to go to bed, right? You checked on her a little bit?
You think
a little
so?
bit after that, you said she was breathing, right? Then you and Fabian left to go get marijuana from his brother? And I don't care about the marijuana,
Yeah.
I'm just trying to figure.
Yeah.
Then you guys left. Then when you came back, Jessica was holding Victoria, right?
Yes.
That's when you went up and that's when you knew for sure she was dead?
Yes.
What Fawny said is really important. She said just a second ago, hold on. Hold on just a minute. Well, I've got this one. She was talking about predators, how predators find these people. And she says it's literally all about the mom being clueless and not having another parent or family nearby that will intervene. It needs to be all three things: single mom, no to little support, low awareness of danger. So definitely, I find that to be very true. And I just wanted to read that out loud to remind everybody to just please protect your children. Please be careful because these people are out here, and sometimes as people you would never ever think would do something like that. So just please protect your children and listen to them if they're telling you things that are weird. Follow your gut and your heart and your brain.
What did Jessica tell you about how she died?
She told me she didn't know.
But you said earlier she killed her. How did she kill her?
Victoria took the map that was on the table, and then Jessica stabbed her in the stomach. In her bedroom.
So I guess I'm a little confused, and I think I see what you're talking about, because it's either your daughter went into the room and she died and you left, or it's your daughter took meth, went into the room, you guys left, came back and found her dead. Which one is it?
The second.
So you were gone.
Yes.
You weren't even there when she was dying. Okay. And so you come back and you guys make this plan, like, great, now we're gonna get in trouble, so we gotta get rid of the body. Am I right?
Yeah, but I didn't want to have no part in it.
Okay.
It's not my fault.
But this is your daughter.
I know.
This is Victoria. This is your baby.
How did Victoria die, do you know?
She changed to the meth that was on the table.
Okay, so because you said something a minute ago, you said that Jessica stabbed her?
And it was after she was already dead.
See, first it was Jessica stabbed her and that's how she died. Then now it's Victoria tasted the meth that was on the table and that's how she died. And there was no meth in her system. Julie, I agree with you. As of right now, I do, just like all of you, reserve the right to change my mind. Because we're trying to piece this puzzle together. We're going to get a lot when we go through the trial of it, but it's very confusing. And like Abella says, I don't know if she said it today, but usually just make sure that we state everything as, it's our opinion. Please and thank you. Mallory said, I don't think I've shared this with y'all before, but uh, oh, okay. I'm a single mom of two daughters, 11 and 15, been divorced nearly 10 years, and I've never brought another man home. I can't, I won't even date. Um, I think that's good, and it's good to be cautious. I think that you do deserve to have love again, but I appreciate, and I know your children appreciate you being very cautious. It's better to be safe than sorry, and I'm sorry you're divorced, but I'm so glad that you're so protective. That's awesome that they have a mom like you. Fawny said, Beth Meeks. This is the expert I'm citing, and she was profoundly informative. Beth Meeks was on an episode of Rhymes with, you can, you can say names of people in here. Gavin Fish, is a friend of ours. For, an associate, I would say. I haven't really talked to him much, but he's an associate. Or conversely, Cockney subslangs with Debenbert, yeah. Bad Girl said, the fact that it happened to her son first, there is no reason anything should have happened to Victoria. Michelle knew what's what, in my opinion. You think so? I wonder, I mean, I don't know how it happens and they're not saying anything either, though. And it had been going on for some time. Like, I don't see, especially to the point that she has an STD. Like, I don't see that happening, and these both children never said anything. That's kind of hard for me to believe as well. Jessica said, I'm listening with an open mind, but I definitely think he is. Yes. I don't know if she's so simple she thought that if Victoria overdosed, she wouldn't be blamed for her death, ignoring all the horrific things that follows. That's a possible speculation. Hey, a name here. Miss Scorpio said, we have to keep in mind that this woman was hit in the head with an iron. They should have maybe given it a minute before they interrogated her. That's a good point, and I hadn't even thought about that. That's a good point. Anders said, it seems to me that meth can turn people into pedophile monsters. I've heard similar stories. You know what's crazy? I've heard that too. And like, y'all, I don't want to, I don't know. I guess it's not, I want to show y'all this clip that I saw about this dude who cooked meth. And like, he's in prison and the things he says is just so out there. And he's not like, I don't know if the meth got to him or what. But this man is like a sexual deviant. Hold on, I'll play it for y'all so we can have a little bit of comic relief for a minute. Please forgive me if I'm not trying to offend anybody. This might not be the right time. It might have to be cut out of the video as well. If it is, I'll leave it in the description box. But this was a chemist, and he kind of explains what meth does. I've heard it a lot, so let me think about how to word it. Yep, this is it right here. He's called, it says, Meet the Grand Master of Meth, Dennis Morrow. So I'm going to play this. I'll leave it in the description box, but it kind of gives you an idea of methamphetamine.
The best methamphetamine producer that they have anywhere in this part of the Bible Belt. I would have two 55-gallon drums, and I would pull a lawn chair in the middle.
I am going to give you, I mean, there's a trigger warning across this whole entire episode, but this is going to get, like, graphic as well.
and I would stack Budweiser this high, and I would have two titty dancers dancing on this table, stripping and having a good time. And I would start drinking beer, and the mixture would be in here ready to go except for the aluminum. And I would drink the beer and drop one aluminum can in this side and one in this side and continue until the bubbles started jumping out of the can and started tearing the skin off of you. And then I would move my chair back to the second 55-gallon drum, and you make about 600 pounds in two 55-gallon drums, and that's $9 million.
$9 million.
$9 million.
What does it do to you?
I feel
Okay, this is good. You're supposed to be 18 or older to be here. If you're not, please leave.
like a wild buffalo out on the prairie, ready to go, running around going wild, and all kind of sexual things running through your mind, and you want to try them all at one time. One day I had this girl bent over the toolbox in the back of a pickup, and she was screaming, "More, baby, more, baby, more." We passed by this buffalo. He had a dong about this long, nearly hanging to the ground. I screamed at him and said, "Hey, how about some help over here? She wants more." She looked over at the buffalo and she said, "Oh, I'd never leave you if you had that."
Okay, so that kind of gives you an idea. I'm not going to play all of it, of like, there's some kind of, I don't know what the correlation between meth and relations is, but there's there's a lot of sexual deviancy with that drug. I don't know. It's weird. I've always found it weird. All right, going back to this.
So you know that she took the meth and that's what killed her. Okay. So you guys, or you watched, but Jessica and Fabian cut your daughter up, Victoria. They cut her arms off. They cut her leg off. They cut her from here to here, Victoria. They cut her. And you watch, right?
I couldn't. After I saw that she was starting to cut her arm, I left.
What do you mean you left?
I went outside.
Okay. So explain to me what happened after that. You guys started cleaning up?
And they started cleaning up.
What did you do?
I was in the kitchen
What did you do in the
getting
kitchen?
ready to make dinner, making the tacos. And then Fabian took over after he was finished.
So after you guys
Yeah, I know that was kind of weird. Maybe I shouldn't have played that video. It just reminded me when Anders said that of that video. I don't know what the correlation is between that and it's just it's like Horse Lover said, it's just demonic. Like I don't know, man. It's just something that makes you want to do that to the extent of a child being abused like this. Like I'll never understand it. And why it's Satan incarnate in my opinion. Yeah, it used to be, yeah, it's nothing like that. But yeah, it's basically just chemicals, just a bunch of chemicals. And just not good. Just not good from any aspect. It never leads to anything good happening.
after you guys cut the arms off of Victoria, cut her leg off, and wrapped her up in a blanket and put her in the bathtub, right? Then you went and made dinner. And what did Jessica and Fabian do?
I feel like nothing ever happened.
Okay. Were they cleaning up?
And Jessica was.
Jessica was she cleaning up where? What part of the house was she cleaning?
Matthew's room.
Okay.
Then that's when I saw her take the blankets from his room to the washing machine.
Okay.
Because the washing machines are in the kitchen.
Really? I haven't watched the trial, Valentina. Valentina, it's nice to see you. I haven't watched the trial, and I did not know that. If that's true, that is curious to me because I don't believe that she had methamphetamine there, and that was something that he used to do, and he didn't do it. Yeah, it's just, yeah, they ate tacos. I'm telling you, that drug is the devil incarnate.
So where did they cut her up at?
The bathtub.
In the bathtub? So where did they cut her arms off at?
In the bedroom.
In the bedroom. Okay. Did you, when they were cutting her up, Victoria, did you ever touch Victoria or hold on to her, hold her arm? Did you ever hold her
No, because
steady?
they threatened me saying if I go near them, that they're gonna kill me.
Okay. So you go and make dinner. Okay. And they are cleaning. And then what happens after that?
Once dinner is done, I go in my room and I eat.
Okay.
And I
so
only
you-
ate one taco.
Well, because you were probably sick to your stomach.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can.
So then I put the other one in the fridge.
Okay.
And then that's when I went back in the room. And I went to try and lie down.
Okay. And how did this all happen? How did the fight happen?
And that's
Okay. Okay. Did they think you were gonna try to get away?
yes, because when I got up out of bed because I couldn't sleep. When I got up, that's when Jessica explained if I believed in God. And that was my hint right there that she was trying to kill me. So I was gonna get up because I saw the iron in her hand. And when I got up, that's when she hit me. And I was holding like this. And I went outside into the living room. And then that's where everything else took place.
Okay.
She just started beating me and beating me.
Now you and Fabian both left out of the front door. And I know that you left together because the neighbors you guys woke the neighbors up and they all watched you. Okay. So you and Fabian left together out the front. What did you guys decide you were gonna tell police? Because you now have to call police, you're very hurt. What did you guys decide to tell the police?
And Jessica did.
That Jessica did it. Okay. Okay.
See, yeah, the tacos thing is weird to me because they make tacos and they eat, which is not something you would do if you were on that substance. I would think. I think it makes you like stay up for days and not eat, from what I've understood. And the fact that they made tacos, someone said yesterday in chat that could it be possible that the tacos thing was like a cover up to kind of clean up the kitchen or whatever. And I think that makes more sense when we compare the story to, okay, well, there's a deceased child and we're chopping her up and then we go make tacos. Like, I mean, but that's going on the pretense that everybody knew. If Jessica legit is the only one who knew that was going on, and then they made tacos, I guess it's not unusual if nobody knew. But see, it's so hard to tell what's true and what's not because of Michelle's story being all over the place. You're welcome, Jerica. You know what? My food that I've been eating lately is seaweed. It's so good, like salted seaweed snacks that are toasted. I have been so addicted to those. Sorry, I was reading through the comments. Jerica said it makes you eat, but not entirely true. I don't know. Miss Scorpio said, I'm also curious as to if that weed she thought she was smoking was actually just weed. That's a good question. It sounds weird. It's weird. Kind of doesn't fit. Which artificial I don't know, but I read somewhere. Hold on, we can look it up. This stream I guess is going to be a little all over the place. Um I feel like that's pertinent information though. ART. I guess we'll be all over the place today because this is a hard interrogation to watch regardless. So I know all of this is horribly misspelled. I'm used to speaking it. That should help. This says it's not true. I heard it a while ago, so it might not be true, but it's aspartame. That's it. And it says artificial sweeteners in diet sodas such as aspartame do not turn into formaldehyde when reaching body temperature, while aspartame may break down over time due to easier hydrolysis or ester hydrolysis, excuse me. It is still considered harmless. However, some research suggests that artificial sweeteners may affect gut microbacteria and glucose metabolism. So, I could have been wrong about that. If I was, I apologize. I heard it a while back, so maybe not. I just try to stay away from anything artificial as much as I can. Okay.
I'd like to do something with you really quick, okay? Can you draw me kind of your apartment? Like where your daughter's room is, where your bedroom is, where the kitchen is, where the bathroom, you know what I mean? Can you draw that for me? And if you can, kind of put walls so that way I can see where. So that's a master bedroom.
And then there's like a little hallway,
Okay.
and then there's the bathroom,
Okay.
the master bedroom.
So can you put like a box just so that, or however the bathroom is shaped, just so that way I know? Okay. So this is the bathroom that's
In
the
the
master
master.
bathroom. Okay. Okay.
And then there's the door to the bedroom,
Okay.
and then there's the living room. The patio door.
Okay, so patio. And then where's your daughter's room? Where's Victoria's room? Sorry. So can you just put Victoria's room?
Yeah, it's like the living room's there, and then there's like a little hallway that goes this way,
Okay.
and then two bedrooms split off this way,
Mhm.
and then this is Victoria's room,
And
and
then
then
what?
this is mine.
Okay, so they have separate rooms.
Mhm.
Okay.
And then here's the bathroom,
Okay.
and then this is the kitchen, and then this.
So we looked at the layout of the apartment yesterday. If I need to show you guys the layout of the apartment again, I can, but I think most of the people here saw it already, and we've got an idea of what she's drawing out on the paper right now.
This is the front door.
Front door. Okay. So can you show me where on here, can you show me, because you said that there's a table in the living room,
Yes.
where the meth was. So can you show me where that table's at?
I have my couch here against the wall,
Mm-hmm.
and then I have the little living room table right there, and it was right there on the table.
Okay. So can you just put meth in an arrow just so that way I know that that's what that's at? All right. So where did Victoria go when this was missing?
She was sitting on the couch.
Okay. So can you just put like V1
Sure.
for Victoria 1 so that way we can.
Sure. Sorry, I didn't mean to say it while that was on. Hold on. I'm going to mute this while we find it. Oh, there it is. Okay, so I'm going to tell you basically how it goes once we get started. So the door, like if you're standing looking at the kitchen like this, the door to the apartment would be directly behind you. And this is the kitchen. This would be Michelle's bedroom. It is off from the living room, and you'll see that more. The audio is going with the narrative, so I jumped from the kitchen to Michelle's room. So this area would be where Michelle and Fabian were at. And we know this because there is a bathroom in this bedroom. So that's their bedroom. Now, this is the living room that we're walking through. We just came out of Michelle and Fabian's room. This is the living room area. Right here is the kitchen. Off to the left and off to the right is the door to the patio. We're walking through the living room. Victoria's room is to the left, so that would be this room. Matthew's room would be this room right across the hallway. And then there's a bathroom in between these two rooms. And that's the bathroom where Victoria was unfortunately found in the bathtub, decapitated and on fire. So that gives you an idea of the layout of the house. Oh, hold on.
Okay.
This shoot, because I have a little thing here that has the TV.
Okay.
And then,
So, Genevieve, you asked, do we have crime scene photos? I haven't seen any. I will ask for them, but I will also be the first to tell you that if there are any pictures of Victoria Martens, I will never ever publish them. Ever. Ever. Like, I would not do that. But I can see if there's other photos and things like that. I do too, Nicole. It's good to see you. Ah, okay.
and she got up, and then she went to her bedroom.
Okay.
You're welcome.
So can you, and we'll just flip this over so you can use your back. Can you show me, say this is her bedroom, can you show me where her bed and her dresser and that type of stuff are?
Her bed is next to the bedroom.
Okay, so can you just put bed just so that way I know what it is? And
And
then,
then she has her TV.
and where's the door at to get into the bedroom?
The door is on this side.
Okay, so can you just put door just so that way I know how you get in? Okay, and
See, that's a good question. Jerica said, I never saw the inside, but seeing it now, like, how do you not hear your child being murdered in that tiny place? And that's a good question. If we go with they were away, then that explains it. Otherwise, they would have more than likely been down in the parking lot in the car with the music on, but the neighbors heard screaming. So, like, are you legitimately didn't hear, or are you sitting down in the car with the music on because you know what's going on and you're trying to drown it out? I don't know.
where, when you found Victoria, or when Fabian found Victoria and said she's not breathing, can you show me where she was at in the room?
On the bed.
Okay, so can you just draw Victoria on the bed? Okay, and so can you put V2? Okay, so Victoria's on the bed, she's not breathing. So we know where the room's at, I'm gonna turn it back over. So where did she go from here in her room? Where did she go? Or where was she taken?
Into the bathroom.
Into the bathroom? Okay. So when she's in her bedroom here, how can I ask it? What was the first thing that was cut off of her?
Or the first thing that happened to her body after she was dead? Was she stabbed? Was she cut? What was the first thing?
She was stabbed.
And who did that?
Jessica
Okay. Did she just stab her or did she slice her?
did that.
Okay.
So straight up and down into her body?
And this was in
And
her,
then she went up.
this was in her bedroom?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna take your pen, the only reason why I'm saying this is because I'm gonna draw something on here. So we're gonna say that this is Jessica, the center, okay? Can you show me where, or Victoria, can you show me where Jessica stabbed her? And we'll say that's like her torso. Where did she stab her?
In the stomach.
Okay.
And she went up.
Okay, so she went up, so can you put an arrow up? And then did she stop there?
And then she went down.
And then she went down. Okay. Okay. And then what happened to Victoria after that?
What's weird to me right now is she's laying all this out, and she's not being coerced. Like again, at the as we get more into this interview, we're gonna see where the detectives are like, stop lying. Why are you lying right now? We need to know the truth. We need you to tell us the truth. And that's where I feel like she's not of the cognitive ability to understand that they feel like she's not telling the truth, and even though she is telling the truth. She's more coerced in that moment. But in this moment, she's not being coerced. Like, where did you get this story from? I mean, she had to have seen something. She didn't just pull this story out of thin air, or else it wouldn't have matched any of the details. Or I mean, I know the other two didn't really give a story, but like it wouldn't fit the scenario of what happened. So some of it has to be true, but what? Because not all of it's true. Yeah, Fabian, you can hear Fabian in the background yelling. Um, yeah, Kelly, it does. This woman detective has been reminding me of Gigi from Pretty Lies and Alibis. Interesting. The neighbors didn't call the police because I don't know. I guess in that area they just don't call the police. That was concerning to hear the neighbors say they heard that child scream and nobody called anybody. Michelle definitely saw the dismembering as she knew the exact cut. I mean, she had to see something. Kalisa said their cell phone records show they were miles away at the time of the crime, and the prosecution agrees. Yeah, see, I haven't looked at the court records and court case yet. I've heard that quite a few times, so I do believe it is true that they were far away when the crime happened. But where's she getting the story from? Is my issue right now, because again, we know not all of it's true, that she is lying, but how do you know all these things? You know, she may not have seen the unaliving, but she definitely saw the aftermath, and that makes sense. You think it was multi-general? That was a precise motion. Hey, Carolina. I'm sorry if I missed you coming in, love. She definitely has an ulterior motive. You think so? Kalisa said, in my opinion, law enforcement needs better education on questioning suspects and victims. False confessions cause more problems, and seems some cops are encouraged to get confessions versus the actual truth. And I agree with that statement, absolutely. My issue is in this moment with this horrendous crime, and she's just laying out the story, you would not know that it was a false confession. Like, you would believe what she's saying, because who's going to say something like that? You know what I mean? So, like, they're trying to just get the confession, and they're believing that what she says is true, because they're like, Fabian's obviously going to lie, even though I believe what he said is the truth. Um, so that's my thought on that. But yeah, I think we need better training, especially when we have issues like this where she might be a little bit cognitively handicapped. We got to be careful with that. It makes the story even stranger. It does. And multi-generational kissing cousins. Imagine your boyfriend has a cousin come out of prison and starts bonking her next to you. Yuck. The whole family's. I hope that never happened. That's gross. Was the mother not advertising on Plenty of Fish for me for this? She was on Plenty of Fish, but I don't know that she was necessarily advertising the kids, right? But then you hear that the kids had been abused over a long period of time, and that this one boyfriend had tried to kiss the little girl. And so what really was going on? And how do you attract nobody but pedophiles to come into your house around your children if you legitimately do not know? Did they see that she was cognitively defected, not defected, but not cognitively there all the way, and know that it was an easy target? Like, I mean, there's no way that it's just um what is the word? Coincidental that these men are coming through and abusing these children. I'm sorry, I don't know. That's why this case is so hard to figure out. Kalisa said there are parts of the interrogation that are not shown, though, so they could have suggested what happened on camera. That's true. Right. That's true. I think it's possible. Hey, LJ, good to see you. It's hard to believe you just fall into a situation like this. Yeah, it is. It is.
They left him in the bathtub.
So she still had her arms when she went into the bathtub?
I know they cut one off.
They cut one of her arms off on the bed? Okay.
One or both?
One.
Okay. And then they put her in the bed? When did they cut off her second arm?
After they put him in the bathtub.
Okay. When did they cut her leg?
She was in the bath.
When she was in the bath?
What were they saying when they were cutting her? What were they talking about?
He was saying, if you say anything to anybody, you're gonna be the next one.
Is there anything else? Anything you can remember?
Oh, yeah.
Did they talk about where they were going to put her body? What they were going to do with it?
I don't remember.
Anything else you remember that they said? I know it's hard. I know it's very traumatic.
Did they talk to each other?
If they did, it was low and I couldn't hear.
Did they say anything to you? Did they tell you they were sorry? Did
No,
they tell Victoria they were sorry?
no, they had no remorse.
Did anybody use the iron for anything at that point? Was anybody have the iron?
No, that came when Jessica started fighting with me.
Okay. So you never saw the iron before she hit you with it?
No.
Okay.
I was muted. So again, even with that statement, where does this iron just magically appear from? I mean, she had to have one in her house. I mean, I guess she's saying she didn't see it beforehand, and they're asking that because Fabian was saying she was using the iron to try to decapitate the child. Kalisa said, and someone here in chat reminded us that Michelle was just hit in the head with a clothes iron before this interrogation. Head injury could cause her to say weird things. Very possible. Very possible. But like it is, but to come up with a whole story that kind of fits the scenario, like even if you're gone, you saw her carry her down the steps, you go back home or go back upstairs, you are hanging out with your boyfriend in the bedroom, you have relations, you ask for a cigarette, you decide to eat some tacos, and then you decide to go to bed and you're hit in the face with an iron and you leave the house. At what point, I mean, you don't even try to get your child out of the house, like, and I mean, if that's all you knew, where did all this other stuff come from? I mean, is it they're asking her questions and she's trying to tell them what they want to hear? Yeah, we know that happens later, but how right now? I don't know. It's so much. At the end of the day, like Bad Girl said, I hope that Victoria can rest in peace and that she finally has the peace she deserved in life and that her brother is healing and has healed from all the trauma he endured. How long after she was released from the hospital was this interview? I'm not sure of the exact time, but pretty soon after. She's still got her hospital band on. I think this was pretty much directly after she's released from the hospital. And I mean, you've seen her mugshot. She's got her whole freaking face is gashed up from her forehead to down the side of her nose with stitches and stuff. I think she had to get like 12 or 20 something stitches. So definitely possible concussion, but I would think they also would have checked for that at the hospital. I don't know.
What about the knives that they used? Where are they?
And threw in the knife box.
They threw them back in the knife box?
No, they left. I got it from the knife box. The knife box.
Okay. What did they do with them after they cut Victoria with them? Where are they? It's okay. Did you take them somewhere?
I didn't take her back.
Okay. Where did they take them? It's okay.
We got rid of them
Where?
in the trap.
In the trash? What trash?
In the kitchen.
In the kitchen trash? And then where did that trash go?
To the dumpster.
To the dumpster? Which one?
The one that my apartment's on this side.
So can you,
I think.
here, show me on this. Show me where the dumpster is in relationship to your apartment.
My apartment's right here. And then the dumpster's like right there. And there's two of them.
Who threw it away? Who threw them away?
And it's okay if you did.
No,
It's okay.
I did it. I did it.
Who went outside and threw them away?
Jessica did.
Okay. And I'm sorry, explain to me real quick this again.
It's my building.
Okay, where is your apartment?
It's right up here.
Okay. And where is the dumpster?
Here.
Okay.
Do you know, was there just one knife or was there two?
It was two because they were both using one.
They were both using one?
Okay.
Michelle, where did they put, sorry, go ahead.
No, it's, I just wanted, so this is the end of your building, right?
Yeah, on the top.
Okay, and there's,
He then said she's only crying because she's busted. She wasn't crying when she was having relations with these men that assaulted her daughter or son and son. And I can see that, but my issue is, did she know? Because she says that one guy that tried to kiss her daughter, she called the police immediately and had them checked. So is it that she's so cognitively unaware that she legitimately didn't know that it was going on? And I mean, even if we want to compare to Jen Soto, it's not like she was sending her children to bed with these people. They do say that I think Fabian says that Jessica would lay Victoria down a lot, which is very concerning considering her criminal history. Um, so I don't know. I don't think the iron was on. I think that it was just in her hand and she got hit with it. I mean, seems like it. Yeah, Miss Scorpio. Hold on, we'll pull that up real quick. Let me sit my coffee down. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. Sorry, y'all. Basil walked up and demanded attention. I'm trying to get a good one. I mean, you can see her face there with the iron. This is the one I was kind of looking for. That is all three of them. Oh, dang it. Hold on, that one was blocked. There, that's a bigger one. You should be able to see. Horse Lover said Jessica gave Fabian a nasty black eye and Michelle cut from head to nose, concussion or not. She knew her baby was being essayed and murdered and dismembered, and she made and ate tacos as they cut her child. I could see that. I'm wondering if she knew. Abella said, I'm surprised these slobs even had an iron. I don't, unless they used it for substances somehow. Yeah, I don't know how you'd use an iron for that, but that is interesting. He then said, that's true. I wonder if there's a record of her call. Seems weird that an addict would call CPS. They tend to stay away from the authorities. Interesting. I should look up her record and see if there is a record of that. To flatten the zigzags. Okay, so yeah, that's their mug shots. You can see Fabian has the black eye. This is some kind of tattoo because they ask him about it in the interrogation. And this is after her cut's all stitched up. So you can imagine how big it was and gashing open. And at the end of the police narratives, it says that she has abrasions and cuts on like a lot of her body. And then that's Jessica Kelly, and you can see she has what I would call the meth face because she's got all those sores where she's been picking and shit. In my opinion. Okay, let me pull this back up. Hey, Marie. Marie said Michelle was not using drugs. It was only Jessica and Fabian. See, and that's another issue I have. Like, I don't know that Michelle actually used the substances, but somebody came in and said that there was no drugs in Fabian's system either. So that's concerning. And Jessica is Taylor Shabizner's doppelganger. Yep. I mean, I agree. Abella says she looks like a Neanderthal, but that's uh, offensive to Neanderthals.
There's not an apartment here, right?
It's behind the dumpsters. It's building 10.
So the dumpsters are in front of building 10?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Go ahead, Corey, sorry.
What did they do with Victoria's arms? Where did they put those? I know it's really difficult.
Okay.
Do you remember? I know. Are they in the house?
I didn't see them in the house.
Okay. Maybe, let me ask you this. Maybe it'll refresh your memory a little bit, okay? Do you remember them wrapping Victoria in a trash bag? Do you remember that? When did they do that? Or a bag? I don't know if it was a trash bag. Did they wrap her in plastic?
No, but they had the trash bags under the sink.
In the kitchen?
They used those?
And both of them lifted her up and put her in there.
Okay.
And was it before they started cutting her or after?
After.
After which part? Her arms or after her leg? I know. And I'm asking these really difficult questions, okay? It's really hard to think about. Do you remember when they put her in the trash bag?
See, I'm wondering, Horse Lover said meth has a half-life of 7 to 34 hours, so it's not typically detectable after 24 to 34 hours of use. So that's what I'm wondering is like, so is it possible that maybe Victoria did have it in her system and it not show up like Fabian? Because if I had to guess, I would say Fabian definitely had it in his system. And if it's not showing up in his, is it possible that it was in his and Victoria's and just didn't show up for some reason? Like, that's concerning to me. I hope that your knee heals, Abellis, and that you feel better. I know it's really hard and sad case to hear. He then said, I'm trying so hard to believe her and give her the benefit of the doubt, but dang, it's hard. It is. It really is. They were both fine until Jessica started attacking them. Yeah, and then you have to ask why. I mean, is it legitimately because it was due to the meth and she's freaking out because of what she did? She was hallucinating. Or was it because they wouldn't help her? I don't know. Carolina said her parents testified in court, if I remember correctly. Both said that she was a very hard worker and tried her best to care for two children. Something's definitely wrong with them, in my opinion. Michelle Martens and then I haven't seen the second part. It's interesting to me that you guys said yesterday that her parents tried to talk to her in pig Latin on the jail phone call. Like that makes me question the cognitive abilities of the entire family. If you get what I'm saying, as politely as possible. Um, Jessica testified that she wasn't using it. Okay. He then said, especially if she was in parts, probably took a hit, get a hit up, get her together for testing. Yeah, I don't know. That's hard to think about. Yeah. So I mean, so I would think it would show up, right, Marie? Took a bit. Okay, I got you. Okay, last one, and I'll start playing. Hey, Abraham. Michelle didn't really understand at all what her mom was trying to do in those weird pig Latin, so to speak, words. Yeah. What? What did I say? I don't know what I said. What did I say?
I don't remember exactly, but I know it was after they cut one of the limbs. I don't remember exactly.
Was it before they put her in the bathtub?
It was after.
After? Okay.
Now you put two dumpsters on here. Which one did the knife get thrown into? And I'm sorry to go back to this. I just want to make sure we look in the right one. This one. Okay. All right.
Michelle, why was there boiling water when the police got to your apartment? What was the water for? Do you remember that?
No, because I had left. I went to the neighbor's house when I
Okay.
escaped after Jessica started beating me up. I finally escaped. And then I heard the alarms going off. And I stayed in the neighbor's house sitting down because I was dizzy.
And Fabian was with you?
Yeah, he was with me by the apartments.
Why was he with you? Did he follow you?
No, he was there first because he told them to call the cops. So when I finally escaped Jessica from beating me up and I finally got out the door, I was gonna go knock on my neighbor's door right next to me. And that's when Fabian called me, he's come over here, I'm over here. That's when I went over there and I went to the neighbor's house and sat down.
Okay.
And then I don't know what went on after. All I heard was the smoke alarms. So she was probably trying to set my house on fire.
Did they talk about fire when you were there? Or?
No.
No.
So all I heard was the alarms. And
Michelle,
Jessica was the only one in the house at that time.
Michelle, did they talk about putting Victoria in a car and taking her somewhere, or what they were gonna do with her?
They didn't mention it to me
So they didn't have.
because it would have
say
been
that?
my car.
Okay.
But Michelle, there was a conversation that you guys had about what you were gonna do with Victoria, with her body.
What were you gonna do?
And if it's easier, what were they gonna do to Victoria? What were they gonna do with her body? Okay.
I know it's hard to talk about. And we wouldn't ask you if it wasn't important, do you?
I know. She was my one and only.
What's that?
She was my one and only miracle child.
And you were a good mom. You're not a bad person. Michelle, what were they gonna do with Victoria's body?
They were gonna try to take my car,
Okay.
but I wouldn't let them get the keys.
Okay, and what were they gonna do with your car?
Take her somewhere. I don't know where.
Okay.
Just to get rid of her.
Did they say what they were gonna do or how they were gonna get rid of her?
No. They just said they were gonna get rid of her.
Michelle, let me go back for a second, okay? Was Fabian or Jessica, were they cleaning up blood with the boiling water? Do you remember that?
No, but Fabian was cleaning something off the floor in the kitchen, but I don't know what it was. He was cleaning something.
And you might have already told the other detectives, but I wasn't here, I don't think. Did they clean the bed by throwing the sheets somewhere? What'd they do with the sheets?
They put it in the washing machine.
Okay. And was there any blood anywhere else in the house they needed to clean up? On the floor? In the bathroom?
Just mine that I know of.
Okay.
She said they put him in the washing machine. Who put him in the washing machine? I would love to know if Jessica, if it was just Jessica or Fabian did as well. Because it would make sense that Jessica would to get rid of DNA evidence, but if Fabian did it too, why is he helping her in getting rid of evidence and all of the things? Maria said these detectives are not good at asking questions. Their line of questioning is all over the place, right? And I get it because the case is all over the place, but it's still hard to follow.
Okay.
Michelle, one more thing, okay? Did Jessica ever specifically say anything to you about how she killed Victoria? Do you know how she killed her? Or do you not know?
She never mentioned to me that she was even going to do that.
Do what?
Kill her.
So how do you know she killed her?
Because she was the only one in our house.
Okay.
So did she kill her or did she take meth and die? And you need to be completely honest because we've heard two stories.
Hey, no room for you, buddy. I like your name. No room for you says we don't know what the police have. Interrogations don't show that side. They know more than they are saying, and that's true. Kalisa pointed out a good point, or had a good point. She said right here the detectives are leading her. They are trying to get her to say something specific, and she doesn't seem to know what they want her to say. I see that, and I agree with that, and I think she says whatever she thinks they want to hear. From here, and then probably throughout the rest of the interview. It's hard for me though because I just don't understand where that first story came from because they weren't leading her yet. But at that point, after yesterday's video, I strongly feel Jessica and her were doing horrific things with that child, and Fabian was beginning to notice something. She is just blaming it all on Fabian. That's an interesting perspective. It is weird to me that Fabian is so adamant about why Jessica gave this child money, especially considering it was her 10th birthday, like we discussed yesterday.
Did she take meth and she died? Or did Jessica kill her? Remember, be honest. Okay?
Michelle, you don't have to worry about them hurting her, okay? Well, we need the truth because we want to do what's right for Victoria, and we need to bring her justice, okay? And so that's why we're asking.
When we go to autopsy tomorrow, is Victoria going to have meth in her system? She will not.
So then how did she die, Michelle?
What happened?
I never knew that she said no. That's interesting because she doesn't. Abraham said that's why we only see him charged with what he was found guilty of. She's just removing herself from it. I think it's very probable. Hannah said, sorry, the trial I've been following was activity on courtroom, deliberating, jury, or hung. Oh no. It's also weird that he pulled her apart from Jessica and Michelle and asked him to tell him the truth. Oh, yeah. Hey, Michelle, good to see you. Not one of these individuals asked for an attorney before they spoke. No, they sure didn't. Not one of the No one out of the three, not one person decided they should keep their mouth shut and ask for an attorney. Y'all are absolutely right. Michelle Martens has a very low IQ. That's why she continues to agree with them. She's really upset about her daughter being killed and dismembered. Was Jessica there for only a couple days? Yeah, she was only there for a week. She'd only been out of prison for a week. They all didn't ask for lawyers because they were already blaming each other and they were too stupid to ask and just shut up. I mean, I agree with that too. It's good to see y'all coming in.
Do what's right by Victoria. We did tell the truth. Okay? The truth is the hardest thing in the world, but it'll be a weight off your shoulders, and you know what? It's what Victoria needs so that she can rest in peace. We need to know the truth. We can't leave here having ever thought that we don't know the truth, because she deserves that. Okay? How did Victoria die?
Abellis, thank you so very much for gifting 10 station memberships. Let me see. Let me pull up the live and see who those went to. Hold on just a minute. Thank you so much. That was so very sweet and supportive of you, and I really appreciate that. Those went to Lucy Lou, Amy, Zeus the Dog, Quit Chasing Amy, Michelle K, Joy Cowley, Jan Allison, Carol Gallimore, Virginia Maribel, and Just Rebecca. If you were gifted from Abellis and you are aware you were gifted, please tell Abellis thank you. And thank you, Abellis. That was so sweet of you. I really appreciate it. I will grab the Polar Express and pick y'all up on the way to Speculation Station. Thank you so much, Abellis. That was so sweet. Hey, Soups. Good to see you. Yes, please remember to hit the like button. Jerica said that's 30 in the past 2 days. Congratulations. Yeah, it's amazing. People are so sweet and supportive. Hey, QT. Oh, Amy, thank you for saying thank you. That was so sweet of you. Good to see you, QT.
She tried.
She what?
She tried it.
She tried what? So Victoria did take the meth on the table. So will there be meth in her system? Yeah.
So why did you just tell us no a second ago, Michelle? It's confusing to me.
Afraid.
What are you afraid of?
Do you think we're gonna blame you?
So just like him, I'm confused. She just said no, there wasn't going to be meth in her system. How did she die then if there wasn't meth in her system because she took the meth on the table? She's so confusing. Abraham said, I feel like slapping this bee every time she mutters shit under her breath. Me too.
And why are you afraid to tell us that she took meth?
Because I feel like a failure.
It doesn't mean you did anything wrong.
Yeah. People make mistakes. Accidents happen. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Michelle, did somebody do something to Victoria after she took the meth to make sure that she stayed asleep? That you know of?
can't remember much.
So did you lie about Jessica killing your daughter because that was the plan when you and Fabian got attacked? And it's okay if you did. I understand why you would be dishonest. But I need to know because we can't, I don't want Jessica to get in trouble for something that she did or did not do. So if she killed your daughter, we need to know that. But if she didn't kill your daughter, if it was an accident that she took these drugs, we also need to know that too. Does that make sense? Okay. Did Jessica kill your daughter?
No.
No? Okay. Did your daughter die because there was meth left on the table and she took some?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Did you guys cut her apart because you were afraid to call police because she had died from drugs and you were afraid that you would get in trouble?
They did, yes.
They did. Okay. Did Michelle kill Victoria? Okay. Was it an accident?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Did anybody force?
So it's, and I mean, again, it's hard for me because it's like she's saying, like, if she was just trying to be agreeable, then why wouldn't you answer yes to every question they ask? But she's not. She's saying yes and no. So again, why are you just telling random stories? Jerica says now the truth is coming out. You think so? In a way, I feel bad for Fabian because he tried to defend Michelle thinking it was all Jessica when in fact it was both. You think so? Yeah, part of me wants to believe her, but the other part is like I know she's lying about some stuff. So what is the actual truth?
Victoria didn't eat the meth?
No.
And nobody even tried it?
Do you wish now that you had called police when she took it?
Yes.
Okay.
Are you being 100% honest with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I am.
Where is the meth? Oh, sorry.
No. So, I just want to go back just to make sure that we're clear, okay? Because you gave us a couple of conflicting things a few minutes ago. Detective Leah here asked you if we would find meth in her blood. Because when you take meth, just like when you eat, especially drugs, it goes into your blood, okay? So they can test to see if she has meth in her blood, okay? In her body. You initially said no. And then you, a minute later, said yes. So I just want to make sure that we understand Victoria, we will find meth in Victoria's when we test her in her body.
Okay.
Will we find, when they do their tests, they can tell how somebody died, okay? They can tell if they're strangled, or if they drowned, or if they're electrocuted, all those kind of things, okay? Or they can tell if somebody had a medical episode because of drugs. Based on everything you know, what is the test going to say the reason that Victoria died?
That she killed me.
Now, I don't know how familiar you are with drugs.
I'm not.
Okay, so how
Because I
much?
don't do them.
Okay. Well, when you saw the baggie on the table, how big was the baggie? Was it as big as a marble?
This one, like this, like maybe like that.
So have you ever
Was
heard?
it a square? Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
How big do you think it was? How much do you think?
Can you draw it?
Yeah, draw it on the paper.
This big. And then it had the little Ziploc thing there.
So that's the size of it?
Yeah, just about.
And what was it? Was it powdery? What did it look like? Crystals? What did it look like?
It was powdery. It looked like baking soda.
Can you draw the actual size of it? So that way we can kind of see how big it was.
It's like a little, I think it's about that big.
And then you said it had a top on it?
Yeah, with the Ziploc.
Okay, I know what you're talking
on
about.
the little bags.
And she took all of it?
Not of it. Some of it.
So you guys found the baggie later? Or was it?
On the floor next to the couch.
Okay, how much was left in the bag? Compared to when you saw it the first time?
Like, so
Well, when you saw it the second time or the first time?
the second time.
And how much?
So they did find alcohol in her system. I agree, bad girl, and that's so sad. Miss Scorpio said, I feel as well that Jessica was a huge part, but as a mother, I can't help but go back to it would be my fault. Yeah, I think she does feel guilty regardless because it's her child and she let the people in and I do believe that she has it's regret because she as a mother was unable to protect her child. I definitely agree with that and see that. Thank you, Indy, for asking people to hit the thumbs up. Abraham said she knew Jessica was having someone come over to SA the child while they were out. It's a possibility. I mean, unfortunately, I've heard stories like that. I hope not, but it is possible. I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility.
Was in it the first time?
Cup to you.
Okay.
Was it, you said it was like crystals?
The powder.
Powder.
Like baking soda.
Okay. But you think it was meth?
It looked like it.
Michelle, how, when you and Fabian, I'm gonna jump here a little bit, okay, so try to hang in there with me. You, and correct me if I missed something, okay, if I'm mistaken. Victoria said she was gonna go to bed, right? Because she felt sleepy after you saw the bag missing, right? You and Fabian then left Victoria at the house with Jessica, and you and Fabian went to Fabian's brother's house and bought some marijuana, right? Okay, then when you guys came back, you guys were in the car listening to music, and that's when Jessica brought Victoria onto the porch, was holding her, right? When you guys went inside at that point, that's when you realized that Victoria was dead? Okay. How long were you gone from the time when after you checked on her and you and Fabian left? How long from the time you walked out the door till the time you walked back in the door, roughly?
So that's going to be in this interview, Abraham. I do believe it's in this one. And yeah, my issue is that she admits to a lot of things, but what of it is true? You know what I mean? Abraham had said, I don't believe that because she admits to bringing men over to sexually assault Victoria. It's in one of the interviews. Why didn't she feel bad then? Yeah, I don't, it's hard because I don't know what's true and what's not. Sometime, yeah, thank you, Southern Cats, 62 and then 30. Sometimes I will go in, Bellis, to other people's chats and things, and like the thumbs up isn't right for me either. I think it's something on YouTube. Like, cause it'll say like maybe like 16, and then in the chat they'll be saying it's like 100 and something. So it's weird. I don't know why. I think it's something to do with YouTube right now. I think that's Victoria. I think that Victoria was alone with Jessica and the unknown male came over and did everything to that precious little darling girl. After they were done, they told her to get rid of the body and Jessica Kelly high on meth. That's what I think. That's what I think as well, honestly. Miss Scorpio said, I can't speak to what Michelle knew or what she didn't know. Only Michelle could speak to that. I don't think that she even knows what truly happened. She's just working with the outcome of what happened. I think so too. I believe that as well. Thank you. Thank you guys. YouTube is bizarre sometimes. It's weird.
About an hour and a half, maybe.
Okay.
And this is after she's already come home from school? Okay.
And so she tells you, Mommy, I'm tired, I'm gonna go lay down. you guys had come home from school and everything. And you said that was about what time that you think?
She went to her neighbors. They get off the bus at 4. And sometimes the bus is late, so they get there about 4:15. So she went to her friend's house at 4:30, and then her friend had to go out, so she went to my house
Okay.
after that, and that's when she went inside with Jessica.
Okay.
Because her friend's mom texted me
So
and
that
let me
makes
know
more
that.
sense.
So what time do you think it was when you guys went back in the house, when you saw Jessica on the porch with Victoria, roughly?
I say about 5:05, 5:15, because it wasn't that long after we got there.
Do you remember talking to your dad on the phone yesterday?
My dad, yes.
What time did he call you?
So if this child had just gotten off the bus at like 4:15, 4:20, Jessica Kelly literally has like 20 to 30 minutes, I would think, possibly 40, for this mysterious man to come back, sexually assault this child, kill the child, and then she's coming down the steps with the child in the blanket and nobody saw a damn thing. Like, that's not enough time, in my opinion. Yeah, there haven't been any charges that she was selling Victoria. Yeah, it might be because I have an Android too. Mine's been acted up. Abraham said at this point she doesn't know if Jessica is talking to cops, so she's jumping back and forth between telling them the truth and blaming Fabian. You think so? Hmm.
I don't remember. It was after she got home from school.
Okay. So I'm asking because I'm just trying to figure out how long after Victoria laid down that you realized she was dead. If it was an hour or 2 hours. So you think about an hour, maybe a little longer.
Because I usually go check on her.
Okay.
But the first time you checked on her, and sorry, Corey, I just want to make sure this is right.
She was breathing.
She was still breathing. How long after that did Fabian check on her?
About another hour, hour and a half.
So 2 hours.
Yeah.
Two to 2.5 hours, and she was dead.
Okay. So when you guys went in to the house after you bought the marijuana, Jessica told you she put her down to go to sleep, right? And you guys didn't check on her right away?
No, I didn't. She was like, she's heavy. I was like, yeah, I know she's 74 pounds. I was like, she's a dead sleeper.
Okay. And then about an hour after that, Fabian went in to check on her. And what did he say when he came out?
I think it's possible that Jessica could have traded, unfortunately, the child for the bag of meth. Maybe that's what her payment was for letting this man do whatever he did to her.
She's not breathing.
Okay. And what did Jessica say anything at that point?
No, she didn't quit.
Okay. And then you went in and checked if she was breathing? And then how long was it after that that they decided to start cutting up her body? Pretty fast?
It's about 5 minutes.
Okay. Michelle, can you do me a favor? Can you sign this and this? And it just shows that I didn't draw it, and I did draw this one, so I want to make a note of that. And if you can put the date, it is August 24th. Anything else?
I'm checking real quick. Okay.
All right, and then I'm just gonna flip it and I'll have you do the same on that one.
Shirley, I appreciate you being honest with us, okay? It's what Victoria deserves.
Yeah, she does. She was a good kid.
Okay. Is there anything that I can get you right now? And we'll come back in and just,
Here, just sit tight for a minute,
in just a
okay?
few minutes.
Do you need any
Is there a
water?
way to get a hold of her mom?
Yeah, I can get a number. Do you,
You know we talked to her, right?
No.
Yeah, she showed up at the apartment and we talked to her, so she knows Victoria's dead, okay? Her and your dad showed up, and there was no way we were not gonna be able to tell them because they were very insistent. They knew something was wrong, okay? So you want your parents to know that she's no longer with us, okay?
Okay. Just real quick, is his DNA gonna be on Victoria?
I hope not.
No,
So, like-
from holding.
Like
her.
if I grabbed Corey, my
Oh,
DNA
no,
is gonna.
no.
But you said they were holding her to cut her,
Jessica was holding her arms.
so he never touched her, he just only held a knife, or what?
What about when they put her in the trash bag? You said they both lifted her up and put her in the trash bag.
The pieces. Her.
Well, that
See, I mean, and they're starting to pick up that she's not making any sense because just a second ago it was Fabian and Jessica doing all this, and now it's just Jessica again. I don't think that Victoria had any issues where she had to be checked on if she was breathing. I think it's just something Michelle did. Because when they're a baby, you check on them to see if they're breathing. So maybe she just did it out of habit. I don't know. Again, not cognitively there and knowing to do that when they're a baby. I guess she just continued it. If I had, that would be my thought. I don't know. Kalisa said at this point, really concerned that none of the neighbors called the cops when Victoria was screaming. It had to be awful. Just can't understand. I agree. Unless screaming was normal, but I don't know. See, again, she knows Fabian didn't do it right, and then she'll incriminate him, and then she won't. I would think the unknown male's DNA could be discoverable. No doubt he had a record. You would think, but evidently not. I don't think anyone heard Victoria scream. I don't think Victoria made a noise. I think later on they heard screaming or loud noises from the adults. Very possible. Southern said, wonder if that's why they were outside of the car listening to music because there was a man essaying Victoria and they knew it. I mean, again, it's possible. She is very inconsistent. I think so too. Agree, don't do substances. From everything I've heard and read about this case, Fabian and Michelle came upstairs and never checked on Victoria. Yep, that's said a lot too. She incriminates him when she's trying to move the focus away from her. You think so, Abraham?
That's still Victoria, whether it's an arm or it's a leg, it's still your daughter. It's still Victoria. Right? So is his DNA going to be on her arm or on her leg if he picked up the pieces and put them in this bag?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Michelle.
I'm sorry, I misconstrued.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay.
I'm not in the right
I'm
state right
I'm gonna
now.
ask you something, and I don't want you to take offense to it, but I have a job to do, okay? And I'm not accusing you of anything, but I feel like you're being honest with us, and I just have to ask you, because I don't feel like I've asked you flat out, okay? You're in a horrible situation, and there's people doing horrible things to the body of your daughter, okay? And you've also told me that they're threatening you. So I understand, I'm not gonna judge you. I'm not gonna tell you you're a monster, you messed up, you did the wrong thing, okay? I need to know right now, because, so here's what you need to understand. We're getting your statement, right? We're talking to you and we're getting your side of the story. We've also been talking to Fabian for a long time, okay? And we're gonna talk to Jessica for a long time. So we're gonna get all the pieces, and we're gonna go what everybody says, and we're gonna compare it with the evidence, okay? But because I don't like to be surprised after this, I like to walk out of these, especially in a situation like this, where I hope you can understand this, where I can go home and go to bed at night and know that I did the best job that I could for Victoria's sake, okay? And that I know that I'm not gonna lay there wondering, I should have asked one more question, or did she lie to me about something, okay? I need to know that I know the truth, okay? At any point, and it's okay if you did, I just need to know. And I know the situation is horrible, okay? And it's scary, and they're threatening you. I just need to know, because at some point when all the physical evidence comes back, I don't want it to come back and it tell me something that you lied to me about,
Right.
or that I forgot to ask you. So at any point, did you hold Victoria's limbs while they cut her?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Did you at any time use a knife or any other object to help dismember Victoria?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Did you touch her or move her or anything while she was in the bathtub?
No.
Did you assist with putting her in the trash bag?
No.
So at no point after she died, okay, when Fabian came out and said she wasn't breathing, did you go touch her?
I touched her stomach to see if her stomach was going up and down. And I was checking her pulse.
Okay.
And that was the last time I touched her.
Okay. So after that, did you ever have any physical contact with the body of your daughter? I just need to know for certain, you know, that's why I gotta ask, I know that's hard.
I didn't even get to tell her I love her.
All right, we're gonna take a break. Is there anything else I can get
You
you?
need any water?
Water?
Please.
Okay.
Do you need a bathroom break now? Use the restroom?
We got the water. I'll bring you some more back.
I'm here. My stuff's acting weird. Hold on. Hold on a minute. Why is it? Okay, hold on a minute, y'all. I'll bring it back up. I don't know why my computer went crazy. Okay. So they're taking a break and we'll watch Michelle and listen and speak and talk to each other about our thoughts while she's in here. I'm gonna turn it down a little bit.
Anything else you need right now?
I think it's Hey Blue Sapphire. Oops. I think it's possible that she does feel bad about what happened to Victoria and everything that happened. That she wasn't able to protect her, but there's more to it. Abraham said Fabian said something very important. Victoria asked him for her money, and he questioned where did she get that money.
Michelle, real quick, and it's just the detective was speaking.
And then from Michelle and said okay. Fabian said something very important. Victoria asked him for her money, and he questioned where did she get that money from. And Michelle said Jessica when Victoria didn't want to respond. He then pulled Victoria aside away from Michelle and Jessica and asked her to be honest and tell him the truth. That tells me he was suspecting something they were doing. That has been weird for me too. Why was he so concerned about Jessica giving her money unless he knew that it was a possibility that that was something that she did? Like, did she hurt children and then give them money for it? I don't know. Like, that's weird to me. Hey, Blue Sapphire, good to see you. 10 years old is not a baby, though. They can actually speak. Yeah, I think Michelle turned a blind eye for drugs like Jen Soto did, in my opinion. I don't know if she ever did any substances, but I don't know. It's just so much about this doesn't add up. The mom math ain't math, and none of it's mathing for me, Fawny. He then said, damn, it's hard being an empath. I hate her as a mother, even though she's absolute monster too. Miss Scorpio Rising said, I apologize because I'm actually even irritating myself with my comments. No, you're good. Medication, money. Something was going on. Somebody was abusing this child. And it's weird because I don't understand. I just don't.
Fabian, after Victoria passed away, and and it must have been just absolutely so difficult. Before you went and made dinner, after you guys had, or after Fabian and Jessica cut her up, when did you and Fabian have intercourse? And was it forced? Or
It wasn't forced.
Okay, so when did you guys have sex?
It was before we went to bed.
Before you went to bed? Was it before or after you ate?
After.
After you ate, okay. So, okay. So, and I just want to make sure, so she takes the meth, she dies, they cut her up, and then they clean up, and then you guys had made dinner, and then after that, you had sexual intercourse with Fabian before you went to bed? Okay, all right, okay. I just want to verify what he's saying, just so that way I can make sure that we have the correct story. Okay, all right, thank you.
All right, I'm gonna start a poll because I want to know. I want to know who believes Fabian's story over Michelle's story. So let me get a poll going. Hold on. You can definitely hear Fabian in the background. All right, let's do a poll. Okay, the poll does say yes or no. I haven't figured out how to do a poll that doesn't say yes or no, but the question is, do you believe Fabian or Michelle? Yeah, I don't know how you could eat after something like that. The fact that both Michelle's children were essays tells me it's more than neglect, in my opinion. And it's hard, right? Like, it's hard to navigate this for that reason and so many more. Yeah, you did. That's a lie. Dinner came before Fabian even knew she had passed. Remember, he says he thought it was weird she didn't come to eat. That's true. I remember that being said. How old was Michelle when this happened? Anybody know right off the bat? In her 30s. I think early 30s, maybe 31 or 32. He took her to the store earlier in the day. But it had to be after she was out of school. Gotta watch Davian's interview as well to get the full story. Okay. Fabian's, you meant, yeah. We don't know what time he took her to the store. That's something that we're trying to kind of figure out that would probably help us figure all of this out. It is, Michelle. I'll look for it, Fawny. She can hear Fabian right now. She knows it's him, just like we do. I agree, Abraham. I don't think so, Southern. And he does say, he refers to her as it a lot. People click no. Just none of them. I had a hard time listening to the interviews. I need to watch again with CC on. It is hard to understand. Hey, Natalie, so good to see you. Natalie said, I sort of feel like Michelle was a monster long before Fabian and Jessica and her, and that Michelle plays this sort of lost and innocent role. If Michelle's saying they ate and had sex after, that makes her more of a monster. Excuse me. Yeah, I mean, so going with what you're saying, they did say that Victoria had been assaulted for some time. She references the other boyfriend trying to kiss her and that she called trying to kiss the child and that she said she did call the cops and take the children to the doctor after that happened. But yeah, there had been more than, I mean, if Fabian was abusing her or whatever happened to that day, it had happened beforehand. And we don't know by how many people, we don't know who did it. And it obviously, more than likely, happened before Fabian or Jessica ever got there. So, how did that happen? I don't know. That's a good question, Abellis. I always ask myself how I would react in the same situation. I know we're all different and will react different, but we are normal thinking individuals and probably would react the same. Like because she's not alive anymore. Some people are really hard line about a body not being a person anymore. Yeah, if that was the case, there would be records. I need to look and see if there are any. All right, we're gonna go ahead and jump ahead.
All right. Okay. Are you sure you're doing okay? Need anything else to eat? All right. Michelle, I'm going to ask you one question, and it's a very serious question. Okay. Who was raping your daughter? Who was sexually assaulting your daughter? Who was sexually assaulting your daughter, Michelle? Because you knew about it.
That was my ex-boyfriend.
That was your ex-boyfriend?
Yes. And that's why I got rid of him.
What's his name?
David Hernandez.
Is he assaulting your son as well?
Not that I know of.
Michelle.
Because my son is barely with me. He's mostly with his
Michelle.
father.
Was he assaulting your son as well?
Not really, no.
When did
What
Fabian...
time out?
See, I think that in that moment when they're saying who was sexually assaulting your daughter and she says that was my ex-boyfriend, I think she means like sexually assaulting as in he tried to kiss her, I called the cops and took her to the doctor. I don't think she's thinking like actually sexually assaulting her child and her son. And then she says, when they talk about her son, she's like, nobody, because I barely had custody of him. I believe that is the truth. I think that's the truth. And then they ask her again, and she tells them what they want to hear. Honestly, I don't believe either, but Fabian's story is more believable if I had to pick one. I think I'm with you, Hannah. Why would Jessica and Michelle be so secretive about money Victoria was asking for? They were keeping something from him. That's a good point. Grandpa used to watch the children while Michelle Martens worked. That's interesting. Hopefully the grandmother wouldn't do that. She wasn't expecting this part, and this is where it gets ugly. Southern cats, I would too. I would die protecting my children, your children, those children, them children, all of it. Hey Jennifer, good to see you. I think most of us would. Hey Norma, good to see you. I hope you're having a good day. Harming a child is sadistic. So again, I think when they say who was sexually assaulting your daughter, she says my ex-boyfriend David. I think she legitimately means like him trying to kiss her and her taking the kids to the doctor after that. And then they ask about Matthew, and she says nobody because she barely had Matthew anyway. So this is where it gets bad again. Thank you, bad girl, for the trigger warning. I'll turn it back up now.
Yeah.
To be frank, what the fuck does not really know mean when it comes to raping a child? Was he assaulting your son or not?
No.
Okay, that was the most, out of all the answers you've given me, that was the most deceptive answer you've given me all day.
I think that she legitimately answered him correctly there. No. As to what she thought. Abraham said, I don't believe she's telling them what they want to hear. No way in hell someone would admit to what she's about to say. You think so? I respect that opinion. Natalie said, I really feel like he's more emotional and sincere than Michelle. I think Jessica and Michelle had it set up to have someone come and have relations with Victoria while Michelle and Fabian were gone. You think so? I mean, I think that's a possible speculation as well. You would think that the store would have a record of it. Did the store not have a record of it? See, I haven't looked that down yet. Things just went wrong with whoever was in that room with Victoria. It's possible. I mean, and that would make sense. Like if Fabian was, well, I don't know. Like why was he? Again, I keep trying to figure out why was he so upset about the child having money from Jessica. Like if he knew and it was something they did and they gave her money to keep quiet about it, then it would make sense that he had somebody come over and do that while they were gone, so Michelle wouldn't know, and then that person was a demon. I mean, they're all demons, but whatever happened happened. Well, Carolina, no, I think he was assaulted when she was at her house, but she says I barely have him. I think it happened a couple of times while he was at her house. I will read through what Matthew said to myself tonight and see if we get any names or ideas from that.
You need to, this isn't the time, you're not in trouble for it. We gotta know what's going on. Was he assaulting your son as well?
No.
When did you find out that Fabian and Jessica were sexually active with your daughter? When did you find out? And be honest.
Not too long ago.
Not too long ago. Okay.
Because if I would have known that, I would have told her to get out.
So, how much meth were they giving her? So,
I think that's true. I think if she would have known that, she would have told them to get out. So her saying not that long ago means right now in this moment. But on the flip side, if she meant right now in this moment when they asked her that, why wouldn't she say, well, I just found out when you told me this?
so that way they could sexually assault her.
Probably quite a few.
They gave it to her quite a few times. Okay.
How would they give it to her?
She said probably quite a few. She's guessing.
You just put it in her mouth. Exactly.
How did she die last night? While she was being assaulted, how did she die?
No,
Nope.
no.
Meth is not what killed her.
The meth probably contributed to it. We know for a fact the meth is not what killed her. How did she die, Michelle?
Okay, let's go back. When did you find out that Fabian was having sex with your daughter, with Victoria? How long ago?
Just recently.
Just recently?
What is recently?
Like
How many days?
days, weeks,
Days.
days?
A couple days.
Like a couple of days, like 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, 5 days?
2.
2 days, okay? And when did you find out?
Now, if that wasn't true, why is she saying it? I mean, I kind of can see her trying to guess what they want to hear and trying to tell them that. But if you're cognitively able to take care of 2 children, why are you going to say shit like that? That's why it's so hard. Abraham said Fabian had an issue with the money Victoria got from Jessica because the B had no money. He probably suspected Jessica was selling the kid, taking into account Jessica's prior legal issues. I think that's possible. Thank you guys for the love for Victoria and sharing hearts for her. I do appreciate that.
Out that Jessica was also sexually assaulting your daughter? Were they doing this together?
Yes.
Okay. How did you find out about it? Did you walk in on it? It's okay, but I need to know. Did you walk in on it?
Yeah.
Okay.
They were both on it.
They were both on your daughter? Okay.
Why would, now we know, I mean, I'm assuming she's saying what they want to hear, but she's like legitimately crying. It's so hard. Like, I know that she's saying, part of me knows that she's saying what they want to hear, but she seems legit in that moment with that answer.
So 2 days ago, you find out that they're raping your daughter. Am I right? Okay. So how would they do it?
While at work.
But how? How would they? I asked you about them giving her meth. Was last night the first time that she had had meth?
As far as I know, that I've seen.
So you watched them give her meth last night? You described how they did it, so when did they give her the meth?
When she was sitting on the couch watching TV.
And does it make it easier for her, or it doesn't?
Hey, one sunny day, I was saying I would have killed them on the spot if I'd have seen some stuff like that. Abraham said the cops are the ones telling her what they think happened, and she just agrees. She thinks that's what the evidence shows. I think that's very possible.
Make it easier for them so she doesn't fight? How? What does the meth do?
It calms her down.
It calms her down so they can have sex with her. Okay. And while they were having sex with her, how did they kill her? And I don't want to hear because of the meth again. How did they kill her, Michelle? How did they kill Victoria?
Hey, Tammy. So Tammy, from what I understand, there was no substances found in Victoria's body per the autopsy, and I don't think there was any in Michelle's either. Yet she states that Victoria ingested substances. Shraddha said, I don't believe her at all. She thinks this nice lady's trying to help me. Look how she understands, in my opinion, saying what she thinks they want to hear. Not sure she understands these things are bad. And yeah, that's the issue. But something's true. I mean, there's truth in it. Meth does not calm you down. It's an upper, not a downer. It makes you more active and alert. Right. She was smothered by Jessica and an unknown male. Marcia, good to see you. I know definitely that I'd have to be sitting in her seat and walk miles in her shoes before thinking otherwise. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Uh, Divine Rain, good to see you. She was not given meth. You're right. Yep, she has no meth in her system. That's why it's weird, and that's why we're trying to figure out what's the truth and what's not.
Stabbing.
Are you guessing? Or are you telling me that? Because you were in the room while she was being sexually assaulted. You were there. Did you participate?
No.
Did you watch?
No.
You just watched? You were
I think she's telling the truth right there. She didn't participate, she didn't watch because she didn't know.
there. When your daughter was being sexually assaulted, you were there. Where were you?
No.
You were in the bedroom. In your bedroom or your daughter's bedroom? Okay, and where were?
See, she's talking so low. I can tell she's just trying to tell them what they want to hear here. I don't mean to keep pausing it, but this is like where we kind of can start to figure it out, trying to figure it out.
Fabian and Jessica.
So I thought they were having a cigarette, but they weren't.
What were they doing?
No.
I think again she's assuming like, okay, if you're telling me that they were doing this to my child, it might like using a deductive reasoning, when could this have happened? Well, it must have happened when I thought they were outside having a cigarette, and evidently they were assaulting my child because that's what she thinks they want to hear, and that's what she thinks they're telling her. Like it's a guess. And he's about to go in on her. No, 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 that's not, nope.
You watched them give them her meth, and you knew what they were gonna do. Don't play, let's not start playing games now, girl. They weren't having a cigarette, you knew they
Yeah.
were raping your daughter. Where were they raping your daughter? What room?
In her room.
Okay.
How did you participate? I don't think that you assaulted your daughter. Did you help hold her down? You, and I appreciate you being honest about what Jessica and Fabian have done, okay? But the only thing that you're not being honest about is your involvement. Okay?
Yeah, I'm putting out more videos this evening, but I think that we're going to start on the trial probably tomorrow. Yep, there was no drugs in her toxicology. She was strangled. She had been abused for some time and had human papillomavirus. Yeah, you do. I mean, I'll agree with that. Um, I've had many friends who suffered from addiction, and none of what she said makes sense. Yeah, I agree. Isn't that about the amount of time that Jessica was there? 2 or 3 days. Yeah, you're right. 2 or 3 days is about the amount of time that Jessica was there that she said that she figured out that they were assaulting her child. And it's weird to me that Fabian says that Jessica would lay in the bed with her and he knew what her charges were. These people talking to the mom are the detectives. No, she didn't. There was no meth in her system, Natalie, at all. She died from strangulation. She had been assaulted for some time, and she had human papillomavirus, which is an STD transmitted by men. I'm sorry, but you have more upset about your daughter being SA than she is showing. Nothing, in my opinion, she's full of it. Yeah, I think so. She's saying Fabian, but thinking Jessica, so it sounds true. That makes sense too. You're welcome, Natalie.
So, when Jessica and Fabian were in the room sexually assaulting your daughter, what part did you take in that act? You let them do it?
Okay. Were you having sexual intercourse with Fabian or Jessica while they had sex with your daughter?
No.
See, and I think she's saying, like, if you're telling me this happened, basically, like, without saying, but she's thinking, you're telling me this happened, so my role in this part is that I didn't know about it, so therefore allowed it to happen because I didn't know about it. And then the answer, did you have intercourse with them while they were having intercourse with your daughter, is true. No, she didn't, but she's going to change it and say, yes, she did.
Did you have sex with Fabian right after he had sex with your daughter?
Yes.
Okay.
Did Fabian put his penis in your daughter's vagina or any other part of her body?
Again, this is going to get hard to hear. Tammy said, what relationship is there between the mom, Fabian, and Jessica? Fabian and Jessica are cousins, and the mom, which is Michelle here, was dating Fabian. Fabian had been at the house for 3 weeks, and Jessica got out of prison and needed a place to stay, so she had been there for at least a couple of days, 7 days at the most. Her and Fabian were not there when Victoria was strangled. That's right, from what I've heard, yes. When did she see her on the couch watching TV? Good question. Good question.
Her mouth or her butt?
I could see.
What was he doing to her? I need to know.
He was like going on top of her
With what?
with his penis on top.
Did he put his penis in your daughter?
Not inside, no.
See, I think she's telling them, like, okay, you've told me that these people were sexually assaulting my daughter, so therefore, my thought process would be if you're telling me he's sexually assaulting her to have sex with someone, you get on top of them and you do like this, and that's what she's describing, but I don't know, some parts of it have to be true. It's weird. It's so hard to understand this shit. Sorry for cussing.
Was he rubbing it in the lips of her vagina?
Yeah.
So
That's
it penetrated the lips of her vagina. Was he completely naked or was he clothed?
He had his shorts down with his shirt off.
And what was Jessica doing to your daughter?
She was holding him
How?
by her arms and her shoulders. So, and her feet. Maybe it was one of her feet.
What were you holding? What were you holding? Be honest.
So she says she wasn't holding anything. Yeah, a normal person would stop this, but the only thing, her and Fabian got the same charges, which was reckless child endangerment. And as far as I know, there was no DNA. There was no DNA found on Victoria Martens from Fabian or Jessica. And we know for a fact Jessica was the one cutting her up. So that's another thing that doesn't make sense. Like, we know for a fact Jessica cut her up, yet there was no DNA on her from Jessica either. Um, and then the investigator reaches out and holds her hand. Yeah, it's all a tactic. Lawyers said police led her to say these accusations, and I agree with that. I think they did. Her last day in life was a normal day at school, and then she comes home to this house of horrors. Did they talk about school, parent conferences, communications, attendance, or disciplinary notes? Not that I know of, but we'll find out more starting tomorrow when we do the trial. Not putting his member MB subconscious declaration. You think so? Yeah, it was her birthday. They couldn't connect the STD to Fabian either. Really? I would say it probably belonged to the unknown male. Michelle denied putting his member in her. Yeah, she just did there, but she's going to admit to it in a second, I do believe. She was convicted of essaying another minor and almost killing the child. Yes, she was. The detectives are the ones giving her stuff to hang on to. Then she agrees. When the cops then realize that doesn't match up, then she changes her story. Right, that's what appears to be happening, but there's truth in it. Where is the truth and where are the lies? You can't put your member in someone if you do not have one to begin with. That's true. Michelle did not find any information on Fabian and Jessica, even knowing Jessica just got out of prison. Lots of red flags. I would never allow strangers to spend any alone time with. I would never allow strangers to spend any alone time with strangers. Talking about children, yeah, I agree. What time did this happen? Is she saying, I'm still not clear what time she's saying this happened, because from what she says, she never spoke to her daughter after she got home from the brother's house. Right, that's a big issue. We're trying to figure out the timeline because Jessica got her off the bus. She went to her friend's house and then was sent back to the house with Jessica. While they're gone at the uncle's house getting marijuana, they come back. Fabian takes the child to the gas station at some point to get a Coke. And then Jessica's walking down the steps with her in a blanket. Like, I mean, the timeline, I'm hoping maybe we'll get some more clarification tomorrow with the court. But the timeline doesn't add up at all. They were convicted of putting her life in danger by allowing Jessica Kelly to live there. Yep. She blames Fabian for the things she knows and is responsible for. She's shifting blame away from her. You think so, Abraham? Michelle did get the lightest sentence. It does make sense what you were saying, Fonnie.
So you just watched? Yeah, you just watched, but you didn't help hold her down.
No.
Did you, while they were doing this, did you have any physical contact with Jessica or Fabian or your daughter of any sort?
No.
How soon did Fabian ejaculate on or inside your daughter?
On
On?
top of her stomach.
Was your daughter saying anything?
Stop.
What was Jessica saying?
Just shut up.
What was Fabian saying?
He wasn't really saying much. He was just
And you just stood there and watched? You just let them do this to your daughter?
Now, I think that that might have happened, but I'm wondering if it was somebody else that did it. Like, because Victoria was assaulted and she did have an STD, and this had been going on for some time. So, is this something she saw somebody else do? Did she see Jessica and Fabian do this the day before, or the day after? But Fabian's so adamant about he would never do that, and I tend to believe him. It's so hard because I feel like she did see this, but maybe it was somebody else. Like saying stop, stop. Like, are you saying that she said stop because you know that's what she would have said, and Jessica would have probably said shut up and just, deal with it? Yeah, he did get time for tampering with the deceased body. Carolina said, no, no, the store happened earlier in the day. To be honest, that never happened because there wasn't a video of them two ever going to the store. So then why does he say that happened if there's no video of it? I wonder. Michelle got the lightest sentence legally, but the heaviest sentence in existence for being the mother that allowed this to happen. That's very true, Miss Scorpio. Um, mentally, yeah.
Yes.
But I should have stopped there.
And then how long after he ejaculated on your daughter did he have sex with you?
Like 15, 20 minutes.
How long was Victoria alive after she was raped? Or was she dead after she was raped? Did they kill her then? I need to know.
Yes.
Yes to what?
They killed me. When
When?
they raped her.
When they raped her?
Mhm.
And how did they kill her? How? Michelle, how did they kill your daughter?
You were there, you watched it. You saw.
You're the only person who can bring any sort of justice to this awful, horrible crime.
Mhm.
You're the
How?
only person who can help us. So help us. How did they kill your daughter?
By raping her.
Explain that to me, I don't understand. He raped her so hard she died?
They covered her mouth.
With what?
Tape.
Okay. I thought you said she was screaming.
She finally got the goodness that mouth tape. If it gets wet.
Michelle,
She-
stop. Let's go back to when we were being honest. This is your just turned 10-year-old baby girl, Victoria, who is being held down on a bed so an adult man can rape her. You are the only one that is going to be able to tell us how she died because you were there. You were watching it.
I mean, that's a good point, a name here, like, and that's what I'm trying to figure out. How does she know all of these things that do make sense and that did happen or appeared to have happened if she wasn't there and didn't know anything? That I mean, yeah, yeah, I'm with you, and I don't know if we'll be able to figure this thing out, but I mean, it kind of leaves me with more questions than I had to begin with, you know?
How did she die?
Yes.
And don't maybe this or I think that. How did she die? How did you see her die? How?
Hey, Sharon, and thank you for being here.
Did you kill her, Michelle?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Who killed her?
Fabian and Jessica.
How did Fabian and Jessica kill Victoria?
Carolina, well, I suppose we'll hear about it in court tomorrow when we go over that, but do we know if it was somebody from a familial or custodial authority who essayed her when she was a child? That's interesting. I didn't know that.
Michelle, how did they kill your daughter?
Raping her and holding her down.
How are they holding her down? Because if I hold on to Corey's arms, it's not going to kill him. Where were they holding her?
I don't know.
Whose hands were on her neck?
Fabian's hands because he was on top of her.
And whose hand was on her mouth?
Jessica.
When he was done, when he ejaculated on your daughter, was she dead already? Or was she still alive?
She wasn't moving.
After he was done, did they do anything to ensure that she was dead? What did they do? What did they do to make sure that she was dead, Michelle?
I don't recall.
No, that's not good enough. What did they do when they were done raping your daughter and holding her by her neck? What did they do? We have to know. We're way past playing any games here, girl. Did they do anything?
This.
Okay.
I mean, I think she doesn't know what to say in this moment because they're asking her the question. They're not giving her a possible answer, and she's already been asked about Victoria being stabbed. So that's her go-to in this moment because she doesn't know what to say, and they're trying to get her to tell them the truth, as they put it. But for her, the truth, she has told them the truth, and she doesn't know what they want to hear. So she grabs what she remembers discussing earlier, which was that Victoria was stabbed.
Where did you get that?
I know.
Where, when you guys started having sex with Victoria, where did it start? In the living room or in the bedroom? In the bedroom? Whose bedroom?
And hers.
In hers?
Michelle, were you clothed or were you naked?
I was clothed.
Was Jessica clothed or was she naked?
She had her top off.
And Fabian, you said he had his shorts on with his penis exposed?
He had them pulled down, but he had no shirt on.
And was Victoria naked?
She had her pants on.
Who took Victoria's clothes off?
They took the pants off. Jessica took her shirt off.
What did you do with her underwear? What did you do with Victoria's underwear?
Took them, put them in the laundry basket.
You took them and you put them in the laundry basket. Why?
So yeah, I think it's possible now that I know if we can show that Michelle was unfortunately abused as a child as well. I would love to know by who, if it was somebody in the family, and could that person have been abusing Victoria. But yeah, it does make me question if she was telling her own story here. And that's what she's referencing because she thinks that's what they want to hear, not necessarily Victoria's. Yeah, animals most of the time will always lead you down the right path. If an animal don't like somebody, then stay away from that person. Basil hears the kids outside and he just ran and is looking out the window. Hey, Miss King of Anything. Marcia says they're all sickos. Miss Scorpio says they're so focused on what happened to Victoria after she was deceased. Yeah.
What was on them?
Ejaculation from Fabian.
What else?
Blood.
And why was there blood on them?
Because he penetrated.
Because he penetrated her.
See, she cries worse here because it's like they're trying to ask her if she thinks they're telling her that Fabian penetrated her. And so she starts crying worse. I mean, that's what I'm seeing. I could be completely wrong. Like they're trying to ask her and get her to admit to things, but she's thinking they're telling her information and getting her to say it out loud so she understands. If that makes any sense.
And then 20 minutes later, you had sex with Fabian?
Okay.
Think
I'm gonna
so?
take a break for a minute.
Let's take a break.
I think I need a break for a minute. All right, we'll be back in just a minute.
Let me get you some more water, girl. Oh, you got some?
All right.
I'm gonna take it back just a second.
Clothed or were you naked?
I was
So I want you to listen to how, like, the detective says this, like she's trying to get Michelle to admit to things, but it sounds to me like Michelle took it as she's giving her information that she did not know. Michelle's repeating the information that she had not previously known and starts to cry harder because she's thinking that they're telling her that's what Fabian did, not realizing that she's indeed telling the cops that's what Fabian did. Do you guys do you guys get what I'm saying? Um, so I'm gonna play that, and then we'll go back to where we'll skip ahead where they walked out.
clothed.
Was Jessica clothed or was she naked?
She had her top off.
And Fabian, you said he had his shorts on with his penis exposed?
And he had them pulled down, but he had no shirt on.
And was Victoria naked?
Yeah. She had her pants on.
Who took Victoria's clothes off?
Fabian took the pants off. Jessica took her shirt off.
Took it back too far.
What did you do with her underwear?
It's true.
What did you do with Victoria's underwear?
Took them, put them in the laundry basket.
You took them and you put them in the laundry basket. Why? What was on them?
Ejaculation from Fabian.
What else?
Blood.
And why was there blood on them?
See, she's asking as if it's a question. She said ejaculation from Fabian like a question, and then she says blood like a question. And then the detective said, and why was there blood on them?
Because he penetrated.
Because he penetrated her.
And see, she's saying it like a question. The detective said because he penetrated her, nodding her head yes, and then she's crying harder. Now, you guys said that she stops crying as soon as they walk out, so we're gonna go to that and see. Hold on.
All right, we'll be back in just a minute.
Let me get you some more water, girl. Oh, you got some?
All right.
Yeah. I guess she's not crying. Y'all are right. Me either, Mallory. No, not all addicts are. I was an addict, and would never allow anybody to hurt my child. Um, when I was using that job attracts teachers who like kids. Yeah, it's I hate the fact that people in a role of authority take advantage of children like that. It's sick. All right, I'm gonna skip through to where they come back in. Hey, Jill.
All right. Michelle, Corey actually has a couple of questions to ask you, and there was a couple of things that I just wanted to follow up on before we, kind of got everybody out of here. I know that you said that 2 days ago you learned that Jessica and Fabian were having sex with your daughter, right? Okay.
So Abraham said if Michelle really didn't know, her response would be, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know. Not this is what happened and change it to now this could have happened and back again when challenged. And that's the issue for me. It's like it doesn't seem like that's what she would do. It does seem like a normal person would be like, I don't know, I don't know. Like Fabian is doing, I don't know. Like, why is this person saying these things? I have no idea. But then you find out that she admits to all these things and she only got 12 years and something went wrong in this interrogation. So, how did that happen? Like, and then trying to figure out what she does know, what is the truth against what she's just telling them is so hard. Carolina says she did protest against David Hernandez, her ex boyfriend. She trusted Jessica Kelly because she was her boyfriend's cousin. There's a huge difference, in my opinion. She really believed they were all safe. I could see that. No, drugs don't. No, what she meant was like how substance abuse can be hereditary, like alcoholism, for example. Marcia, I think that's what she was referring to. Um, Michelle and Jessica were both large enough in stature to take Fabian down. Yeah, but he's the man of the house supposedly, and she cares for him in some form. So I wonder if they would. Hey, Megan. I'm thinking she's just not that smart. I think so too. The vote is not fair. All stories have moments of truth. All they're statutory, full of lies. Now she's listening. Me too. I can't believe the charges. I can't either. Really? They changed your DNA? That's interesting. But she's not stupid either, and in this situation, she's definitely playing that dumb role to the fullest. You think so? I mean, it kind of does remind me of Jen Soto to an extent, but I think Jen Soto's smarter than Michelle. That's why she's just shifting blame. Remember, she got 12 years because she caught a deal. That's true. Jessica and Fabian were biological cousins who enjoy relations together, and they brought that poor child, Victoria, into it, and Michelle watched and participated. That's what's alleged, but I don't know. She tried and tried to deny everything. She did. She was 10 years old. If she was being assaulted by two people or anyone, she would not even be walking, talking, acting anyway normal. Well, I mean, and that's a good point, right? But then we find out per the autopsy that it had been going on for a while. And she had human papillomavirus, which is an STD. You don't emasculate men if you're the kind of person who thinks men can be emasculated. New Mexico screwed up and they know it. Yeah, that's the problem. Like, I don't know that we'll ever know the full truth. Fabian's story, if you hear all his interrogations, more or less stays the same. Yes, he lied here and there, but he is so persistent how things happened that day. Yep. Bella said, from a scientific study, eugenic ep, epigenetic changes in DNA meth, methylation and chromatin remodeling have been found to occur in response to illicit drug use. I did not know that. Fabian and Jessica were having a orgy and smothered the poor child, and Michelle made tacos while they cut her babies. I hope that's not the story. Horse lover. I hope that's not what happened.
How, and I know that this is going to be hard to answer, okay, but I want to get you the best help I can, okay? How long have you been sexually assaulting your daughter?
I never sexually assaulted my daughter.
Okay. How long have you been inviting men into your house to sexually assault your daughter?
The only two that I know of is David and these men.
Okay.
Now, she said, I've not done this after talking about how she would sit and watch. The only two I know of is David and these or them. David, she caught trying to kiss Victoria, called the law and took him to the doctor. And she's saying these two, I think, because she knows something happened. She knows her child is deceased. And she feels like the cops are telling her what happened, not asking her. And she's agreeing, not realizing that they're asking her. And she's agreeing to these horrible things. I'm so sorry, Miss Scorpio. Her investigation uncovered everything that she was pushed under the rug. No deal was ever given to this one. Okay, so we did pull this up earlier. We'll pull this up again real quick. Hold on just a minute. Okay, Michelle Martens, the mother of 10-year-old Victoria Martens, who was murdered in 2016, was sentenced to 12 years in prison for her role in the crime. She pleaded guilty to reckless child abuse resulting in death as part of a plea agreement. So she did get somewhat of a deal because she had a plea agreement. So there was some type of deal presented at some point.
But you've allowed it.
No, I kicked him out. But then I found out about them too, and then
What did David do to your daughter?
he was like trying to kiss her on the lips and stuff like that. And
did he rape
he was
your
trying to
daughter?
put his fingers down there. And
Did he rape your daughter?
no, I took her and got tested, and it came out negative.
Did you report it to the police?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So,
Hey, Indian Taco, it's good to see you. We have been looking into it too. I'm concerned about false confessions in this case. We've been kind of trying to figure it out too by going through these interviews. We're going to start with the trial tomorrow. I think that'll give us more of an idea of what actually happened. Yeah, I found it very disturbing that male investigator was saying, you get off on this, right? Like you do this because you find it sexually stimulating. Well, I think they're trying to get to the end of it and her not realizing it and just trying to agree with everything they say. Put her in a made her admit to things that she didn't actually do. That is literally her story. She said they were cutting her up. Fabian was cutting her in the tub, and Michelle decided to make tacos, which they ate. Well, I think Fabian's the one that made the tacos, but I could be wrong. She pleaded out giving info to the prosecution. Possibly. Hey, knocking all grannies out. We're going to start tomorrow. Yes, we do have the trial. This has been to trial, and they've been sentenced. So we're going to go through the trial and see what it says starting tomorrow.
when did you find out that Fabian and Jessica were assaulting your son?
I didn't know they were assaulting my son.
We are not going, okay. We know that there's been sexual contact on your son. We've been doing a lot of stuff since we since you guys called 911 last night, okay? One of those things is interviewing your son and making sure that he's okay. Then what I need to know is who is sexually assaulting your son. Be honest.
I always thought it was his father because he'd always watch porn in front of him and everything, and every time he would come home from his house, he would touch Victoria inappropriately, and I'd ask him where he get that from, and he would tell me, well, Daddy watches naked girls.
Michelle, you have been bringing men to your apartment to use your daughter and sexually assault your daughter. This is not the first time that this has happened. This is not the first time that your daughter has been raped. I'm just going to use the word because that's what it is. You were allowing men to come over and have sex with your daughter, and in turn also having sex with you. Help me understand that.
What do you get out of it? Is it a turn on for you?
No.
Then help.
Because I would never do that to my daughter.
But you
I think she's telling the truth there because she would never do that to her daughter. I really think that she's telling the truth. Jess did get the most prison time because Jess was the most involved. Without Jessica being there and this unknown male, this wouldn't have happened, in my opinion. No information was given in exchange for a plea deal. There was an internal investigation brought into this case. There was. I have to reach out. She was in the same county, see what she knows. Do that and get back to us. Yeah. I think all of us would, you know?
You did last night. And the only reason that we're sitting here today, Michelle, is that it went a little further than it ever has before. This time she died. You weren't ready for the type of animals that these people were, and it went further than you anticipated. But let's start with this. How many times, what happened last night, minus her dying, how many times have you watched or that you know that Fabian and Jessica have had sex with your daughter since they've been in your house? How many times?
Like 3 times.
I think it's probably more than that.
See, she's guessing 3 times, and then she looks for acceptance for them to say, you know, give her some kind of sign that yes, that's what they want to hear. They shake their head and say, I think it's happened more times than that. Mallory said, but didn't you just say the assaults have been happening for a long time? Yes, she changes her story so much, it's so hard to follow. Because she's just telling them what she thinks they want to hear, but there's some truth in it, and we can't figure it out. I don't think anybody can. In my opinion, she is lying. Victoria had HPV. It didn't happen that prevalent in 3 weeks. Right. So who was assaulting Victoria? How long had it been happening? And where is what happened that day? If there was somebody assaulting Victoria beforehand and it had been going on for some time, how are all these sexual deviant predators finding Michelle? Unless it's something like Divine Rain was saying earlier, it's happening when she's going to gymnastics or something, and then she came across these people. But the ex-boyfriend tried to kiss Victoria. She said she called the law. Fabian, she's meeting people on Plenty of Fish. I just don't get it, man. She is. I agree with that. You think so, a name here? Yeah, it's about to get way off the chain.
That you watched?
That I know about.
How many times did you watch?
There was only that one.
How many times did you watch? Be honest.
Michelle.
And again, how many times did you watch? There was only that once. Is that the truth? Did she watch it happen one time? Oh, yeah, it's going to get bad.
No, you watched. How many times did you watch? Every time?
Mostly.
So does it turn you on when Fabian has sex with you after? Is that what it is? That I'm just trying to understand.
No, it doesn't.
But you have sex with him immediately after, right?
I don't know why.
Okay.
Did David come into your house and have sex with your daughter while you watched?
No.
That wasn't a very honest answer. I'm gonna ask you again. Did David come into your house and have sex with your daughter while you watched?
Yeah.
Okay.
How many times?
See, I could tell that she was just saying that because that's what they wanted to hear. She said twice. I cut it off at a bad spot.
How many other men have come into your house and had sex with your daughter while you watched? I need to know. Like I said, Victoria is dead.
Is that true? Is that okay? So HPV can be transferred to a child if the parent has it. Let's look it up because I haven't heard that. Okay, can be transmitted from mother to fetus. HPV is not hereditary, but it can be transmitted from mother to fetus during pregnancy or delivery. However, the risk of transmission is relatively low, and most infants do not experience any health issue as a result. The virus is not likely to be passed on to the fetus through breast milk. And if that were the case, I would think that she would have had it like it would be in her records from when she was young. I think the fact that she had HPV at the autopsy says she got it from an unknown male assault that had been going on for some time. We're going to listen to what they said about the autopsy tomorrow as well. I'm going to pull all that information. So let's see how is HPV spread. And then we'll go back. I mean, I just want an AI breakdown. HPV primarily spreads through skin to skin or mucous membrane contact, with sexual contact being the most common route. It says it's highly contagious, spreading through direct skin to skin contact, especially during sexual activity, but not everyone exposed to it will develop symptoms or an infection. HPV primarily spreads through skin to skin or mucous membrane contact, with sexual contact being the most common route. It may also be transmissible through objects, fingers, and general skin contact. Self-infection is also possible. It occurs when the virus spreads from one part of your body to another. HPV can also pass from pregnant people to newborns during childbirth. 2018, 40% of the U.S. population's 15 to 59 had HPV, with males 41.8% having a higher frequency than females, which was 38.4%. The infection is 24.2% of males and 19.9% of females. It's primarily transmitted genital to genital contact, oral genital contact, hand genital contact, vertical transmission, which means HPV can spread from birthing person to baby, contact with surfaces or objects, and self-infection. So, I mean, I think we can all surmise how the child might have gotten it, unfortunately. Oh, hold on. I brought y'all to the live. Look at y'all's comments over there. Hold on. Let me get the right one. There we go. All right.
Whatever somebody believes about the afterlife or doesn't believe about the afterlife, the only thing we have anymore is to bring her justice.
Yeah.
And to be frank with you, by the sound of the things that she was experiencing, it sounds like death was the easy way out for her. Because it sounds like some pretty horrible things have happened to her in her life. So do me this one favor as a human being. Human being to human being. How many other men are out there that have come into your house and have had sex with your daughter or your son? And I need to know, and I need to know their names, and I need to know their information, because I guarantee you they're out there doing this to another child right now. So if there's any saving grace in this for you, you could potentially help another child from being victimized and being in the same exact situation that Victoria was 10 hours ago. If there's any way that you can do right by her, it would be that. How many men have come into your house and had sex with your daughter while you watched?
We have David, and we have Fabian. Who else?
And men or women, let's put it that way.
I'm not friends with much women.
Okay, so men. We have David, and we know Fabian. Who else?
There's one other guy, Joshua.
Joshua what?
What's his last name? Gray.
Where does he live?
That I don't know where he lives.
Do you have a phone number for him?
In my phone, but I don't have my phone.
Okay. And how many times did he come over and have sex with your daughter?
Once.
How many times did he come over and have sex with your daughter?
So I think she's naming people she's been in relationships with. She said once. She asked her again more sternly.
Once.
One
She
time.
says once again.
How many men have had sex with your son? Or women have had sex with your son, either or. I need to know. So he's not a victim anymore. How many men?
Two.
Two?
Who are they? What are their names?
One was Dave.
One was David. Hernandez? Okay. Who was the other one?
And I believe the other one is his father.
David's father?
No, Matthew's father.
You believe or you know? This is very important. Have you ever watched Matthew's father have sex with Matthew?
And not watched.
How do you
So Matthew was assaulted. I'm gonna look through what he said. He was 8 years old when he was questioned and see what he has to say about it. Um, I don't think it was ever proven that Fabian essayed anybody. And his father did not essay him. She says so in this interview, but the father was later cleared and I think kept custody of the child after his sister died. I don't want to hear any more of this, but as a mother, I feel like I have to hear what happened to this little girl. It's sad. HPV has no cure but can be treated. Thank you, guys. Oh,
know that he has done it then?
I don't know for a fact.
Have you ever watched Matthew's dad have sex with Matthew?
Or Victoria?
No.
No? Okay. Then, but you said you know he does. How?
Because every time he comes home from him, he's always doing inappropriate things.
Okay.
Like he would always try and look at like girls' tops.
And you don't think that that's because, so you allowed David Hernandez to have sex with Matthew?
Yes. Yes?
Okay. And that was how many times? Twice?
And how many times did he have sex with Victoria?
3 times.
Was this at the same time or separate incidents?
It's separate.
Okay.
Did he have sex with you every time?
No, not every time.
Did the way that you relax Victoria is to give her meth? Did you give Matthew the same thing so that way he would relax?
Mm-hmm.
What would you give Matthew to relax?
I give him Zico.
ZQL? Is that like a nighttime make him drowsy kind of thing? Okay.
Sure.
see, I'm thinking maybe she's talking about like if he's sick or something or to make him sleep. I don't know, man.
Were you receiving any money from these people to have sex with your children?
No.
You did it because you enjoyed watching?
No.
Okay, Michelle,
Mm.
we're right there.
Mm-hmm.
I think that was the truth. She said no. She said no, she didn't do it because she enjoyed watching, because she didn't enjoy watching. I mean, but at the same time, I can sit here and say that till my face turns blue. But I mean, again, like, oh, people that believe she's saying it could also say the same thing. But yeah, why would she admit to all these things that are so horrendous? Why would she sit there and say she did 1 minute? Like she's saying no because she's feels guilty about it or doesn't want to answer it. Like we could argue both sides of it. You see what I'm saying? You think they drug the children to allow that? The Scorpio said Benadryl would make a child relax, not meth. I agree with that. And meth is most likely reason why he invited Jessica to live there. I agree with that too. I don't think so. There was no proof of charges. He tried to help his cousin despite her criminal charges. That's why he's trying to protect her. It's possible. She's ashamed. She absolutely let Fabian assault Victoria. You think so? S is for bipolar. Okay. Fabian absolutely didn't abuse Victoria. Yeah, his DNA was not found on her or in her or around her. But at the same time, like I said, neither was Jessica's, and we know that she did.
Did you allow these people to have sex with your children because you like to watch?
The charges don't reflect Fabian having anything to do with it because he only got reckless child endangerment, and that would be for allowing Jessica to be around her.
Yeah. You liked watching?
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
Michelle, are there any pornographic images or videos of any of these sexual acts being done to your children? Are you positive?
Yes.
Is there a video of Victoria being raped and murdered last night?
No.
Are there any videos of Matthew or Victoria being raped by any of these men?
No.
Where are you meeting these people?
David, I met when I used to work with him. And then Josh and these two I met off of TOF.
And are they coming over for the sole purpose of having sex with your children? Is that the understanding you guys have when you talk?
That's what I thought.
So your understanding is that they will come over, have sex with your kids, and then have sex with you? That's kind of how it works? Do they know this when you're on the website? No? It's something that you talk about after you meet them?
No.
How do you find people that want to do this?
I don't tell them.
See, that's what I want to know. How did all these people find her that do these things? And she says, I don't tell them. So, I mean, I think she's saying she doesn't know.
You don't tell who?
The people I meet.
So how did you know that David would want to have sex with your child?
Because I saw the signs that he would give to her.
Okay, so you watched
The
them.
signs that he would do. And the things that he would do.
And then do you tell them it's okay to have sex with your children? That you like that?
No.
Okay, so
Be honest, Michelle.
Michelle, listen. It's a very small population of the world who's willing to have sex with a child. That's just being frank, okay? The fact that you have 3 men who in the last, I'm guessing, about a year, have come over and had sex with your children as well as you, means that you were intentionally seeking these people out and you know how to find them. So how are you doing that? How does the conversation start and end up with somebody having sex with your child in your apartment?
They asked me if I have any kids. I said I have 2.
Okay?
And then when they meet me, they want to meet them too.
Okay?
Now, is that true? Like, are they asking her if she has children and saying they want to meet her children too, like as she thinks it's innocent and they don't mean it innocently? Horse lover, I mean, yeah, we technically we don't know what the truth is, but like I've said, and I'll say it again, Fabian's charges don't reflect that he knew anything or did anything, but I don't know what they could get to stick and what they couldn't. I don't know, man. He didn't say anything because she had him scared in some way. You think so? Welcome back, Cindy. Thank you guys for all being respectful. Miss Scorpio Rising, I was trying to tell you that my voice to text messes up for me all the time. I think there is actually alcohol in NyQuil. We'll have to look it up. That could be how the grooming started. It could be. Really? I didn't know that. Fabian didn't know anything till after it was all said and done. I think so. I lean more that way.
So are there just kind of cues when you have conversations and you kind of know?
Mm-hmm.
And then before they come over, do they know they're going to have sex with your children?
No.
Michelle, they know before they come to your house that they're going to have sex with their children, don't they? The only way that it wouldn't, Jill, again, there's such a small population of people that are willing to do that. It's okay. After everything that's happened, I don't know why you're afraid to tell us this. This is like the least of everything. I'm just trying to understand your mindset.
See, she's afraid because she's not afraid. She doesn't understand what you want her to say and is just saying what you want her to say, in my opinion. But again, just like he's asking, how in the hell do these people find you and your children? Tish and Belladonna and Cindy, everybody, hello, and thank you all for being here.
How this works, honestly, so that I can make sure other kids aren't victimized and that they don't die.
Mm-hmm.
So do you agree with these people over the internet or over the phone that they're going to come have sex with your children before they come over?
And where is that done?
At my house.
No, and I'm sorry, that was probably a little bit too vague. Are you on a chat line or on a website and you're telling them you can come have sex with my children? Or are you on the phone, or was it over text message? How did you communicate?
I just told him to come over and then it was talked about.
So you would tell them, come over. See, and here's what I don't understand. I can't go and talk to somebody who doesn't want to have sex with kids and them not report me.
So are you in a special chat room or a special, like if you go to Craigslist, are you, like it says men seeking men? Are you in a specific portion of the internet where people are looking to do this type of thing?
No.
Okay. Are you doing it over the phone or over the internet?
It was over the POF.
What is POF?
Plenty of fish.
Plenty of fish?
Okay, so can you IM somebody, instant message them?
Yeah, well, you can message them, but you can't, like, you can message them, but you have to wait till they reply. You can't instant message them unless you're a member
Okay,
and you pay for the plan.
so you guys kind of email back and forth then?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and they ask you if you have kids, you tell them yes. Is some of the stuff they tell you cues that they may want to have sex with your children? And you kind of know the type of person you're looking for?
Sometimes.
See, I think she's referencing, the person, when he says you kind of know the person you're looking for, she's referencing like for her to have a significant other, not necessarily the children. I mean, I genuinely believe that she did not know that these people were looking specifically to assault her children. But at the same time, how do pedophiles get attracted to you? So many, because there was more than one, possibly more than likely more than two, possibly even more than three that were involved with her and her children at one point in time. So I mean, that's a lot. For me, I mean, thinking even using a dating website, that's a lot of pedophiles to have contact with. So on one hand, I'm like, how the hell did she find these people, or how did they find her? And on the other hand, I'm like, I don't think that she knew that that's what they were looking for. So it's so hard to figure it out. A name here, I don't think she could even begin to navigate the dark web, if I'm being honest. Well, I mean, I know what he's saying because there are like things that'll say like men seeking men seeking women, women seeking men, all of that stuff. I don't know why he referenced specifically men seeking men, but yeah, it was a little weird. He should have asked for the hot mail where she said yes, not about the damn 90s party line, right? We have teams in law enforcement who are dedicated to finding these people. They absolutely exist and are everywhere. No one wants to believe it's real. It's real. I believe it's real, but but that many without her knowing, and it's like I don't know, man. There might be a name here, like pizza or something. I don't believe that was her angle, and I actually don't believe that this turned her on. I just don't feel like this is on the right track. I don't either right now.
Okay. Did you know that Fabian and Jessica both wanted to have sex with your child?
I did not know they didn't know.
You think so?
Then I just
No,
met Vivian just to like.
You knew Fabian did, because that was talked about. Am I right? You knew Fabian wanted to have sex with your daughter, because you guys discussed it. Am I right or am I wrong?
I didn't discuss that with him.
Yes, you did. You just told us you did. 5 minutes ago, you said that you talked to Fabian about having sex with your daughter, and that you allowed it, and that you watched.
See,
Is that true?
She's confused.
Okay. I guess sometimes I don't understand why you'll tell the truth on these big, huge things, but on little things you try to lie. And it makes no sense to me.
And right there, we should have stopped and tried to figure something out because this interrogation went to hell in a handbasket. Natalie said he keeps saying he would take a polygraph test, but the cops were so set on finding him to be this horrible monster, he was a little wimpy for not stopping the mutilation of Victoria that day. I think so, and I think that might be the only role he played. I don't want to believe you don't. I mean, I don't think anybody would want to believe that. Honestly, I don't know, man. Maybe I'm just not wanting to believe this. I could agree, but Jessica and Michelle were the monsters to me. I think Jessica definitely was. The pedophiles were doing it without Michelle Martens knowing, like Jen Soto allegedly. I think that could be a possibility. Ooh, I was way behind. In my opinion, she wants to tell the detectives what they want to hear. That's what I think. They're both mothers, and as a mother, I would try to protect any child from being harmed. I would too. And again, she's defending him because she knows it's true that didn't happen, but then she recalls earlier having to shift the blame to him. Yeah, I could see that. She's not all there mentally, she's just not, and we can see that. It's obvious. It's sad, but it's obvious. I agree with that too. Isn't true. Okay.
Do you know what I mean? Okay. A couple questions. With Matthew. Did David penetrate Matthew?
No, he had a well checkup and I had him checked and he didn't.
Well, you watched. So
See, again, like that goes back to talking to the doctor. She took them to the doctor, had them checked. The doctor said no. That's where I'm getting that story from. So David didn't assault these children at that time, maybe? I'm just saying, I know people are responsible for taking other people's lives, but the thought of sexually assaulting a child or anybody else is absolutely unfathomable to them. Yeah. It is to most people. That's why it's hard for me to understand how all of these pedophiles were finding her and her child.
David has sexually penetrated your son, whether his fingers or his penis.
His finger, but not his penis.
So he did penetrate him.
With his finger.
Would it be any different if it was with his penis? He's still penetrating him. Did he penetrate him with his penis? That you do this thing when you're not telling the truth.
You're not a good liar,
Yeah,
so you might as well just keep being honest with us.
Did David penetrate Matthew with his penis?
Yes.
How many times? Both times?
Yes.
Did he penetrate Victoria with his penis?
No.
Why are you lying? You just tell us he penetrated Matthew. Why does it make it any worse that he penetrated Victoria?
She said no, like as in a question.
We know that he did.
Did he penetrate Victoria with his penis? David.
Yes.
Okay. Can we just stop with
Yeah.
the lies? Okay.
Yeah.
We're way down the road, girl.
I know.
And I know that you probably think we think you're awful or whatever it is that you're trying to save face. But girl, we're way down the road, so let's just be honest so we can figure this out, okay? I have a question. Before Jessica showed up at your house, she's only been there for about 5 days, right?
So that's 5 days. The way he says girl, he references her as girl so many times. It really irritates me. And I want to smack him every time he says girl. Like her name's Michelle, and you guys are not good detectives. You keep feeding her answers, right? Thank you guys for the trigger warnings and the protect your peace. They tell her where to go and she fills in with information they want to hear. That's what I think is happening, Divine Rain. But I respect everybody's opinions who feel otherwise.
How long have you been with Fabian? How long has he been in your house?
He's been in my house for about a month.
How many times has Fabian by himself had sex with your daughter?
Maybe about 3.
No, because you said, how many times did you say him and Jessica had? In the last month, how many times did Fabian have sex with your daughter? Was it every day?
Most likely.
Was it every day?
Yes.
Not most likely,
Yes.
not, I don't know. Did you know that he was having sex with your daughter every day?
Yes.
Okay.
See, I mean, again, she answers it as a question. Most likely, with the end, like if you were writing down the words that are coming out of my mouth, and I said most likely like that, you would end it with a question mark.
You watch every time.
It's a question. She's answering them with another question, in my opinion.
No, because I worked.
How many times did Fabian have sex with your son Matthew during the last month?
About the same time?
Every day?
Mm-hmm.
Was the only reason he didn't last night because he wasn't there?
Mm-hmm.
And does Fabian penetrate Matthew with his penis?
Yes.
Hey, Barbie, and I agree with that. Barbie says, I do think David did something to the kids. He met her at work. David probably worked there so he could be with kids. I think so. He worked in the stroller department of Bye Bye Baby. I think that he was definitely there like Stephen Stearns was working at Disney. You think so, Anders? I hope not. And then it's so bizarre how Jessica assaulted them while asking, do you believe in Jesus? Yeah, that's the meth, in my opinion. Instinctively, we as humans never tell you what you want to hear if it's going to implicate us in it. But we would if it puts the blame on someone else and you walk away without blame. I mean, that's a good point. It is myth madness. One sunny day, again, good to see you again. This conversation just made me cough coffee into my nose. Horse Lover says she's answering this way because she's ashamed of everything she allowed and watched. You think so? Nicole agrees. Both took lie detector tests. Fabian was sentenced to more years because he was already a convicted felon. This case is very complicated because it included false confessions and police department misconduct. Yeah, like when people answer sure instead of yes. I mean, it is. It's more of a question, in my opinion.
Right on time.
How many other children have you brought into your home that are not yours, that have had similar experience, have been raped?
None that I know. I
No,
only have the 2.
that's not, no. Have you ever brought children into your home that are not yours? Has anybody else brought children to your home? Like another man brought his kids or a friend's kids or another woman brought her kids? Have any other children other than your own been sexually assaulted or raped inside your home?
No.
Have you gone to anybody else's house and taken part of a sexual act, including another child other than your own?
No.
So this has only happened with your children and other men that you've been involved with?
If I have more questions, I'm gonna come back and ask them, but.
Yeah.
Is there any child pornography or videos in that house?
No,
On
No.
computers,
no,
cell phones?
no. I don't have my computer.
You're very sure of that? Is that because you don't allow it? Or is it because if somebody records it, you make them delete it?
No, I don't allow it.
Has anybody ever filmed either your son or your daughter being raped?
No.
All right, we'll be back in if we have any more questions, but I think for the time being, are you okay? You want some more water?
Yeah.
Some more? Okay, let me get you some real quick. And are you good with that, or would you like something else to eat?
Do you have anything?
I can get you something else. I'll be right back.
Okay, that's the end of that one, and we'll go ahead and do the third one because I know there's not a lot to it. I do want to say that we are going to go through the court case and see. I want to pull where the police had to apologize about this case for the misconduct, and I want to watch the trial, but we're just going to do that together as the speculating family here on the lives, because that's not information that they sent me when I did my FOIA request, so therefore I can't like release it on my channel. I probably will put it in some of the video descriptions because I still have more videos that I did get in my FOIA to release. I'm working on Jessica Kelly's, what happened with her, what she did say, and I'm going to try to have that out later this evening, but I do want to go through the case with y'all, the court case and all of that, so we're going to do that here on the live streams because I can't release it. It's not my information, you know what I mean? She did lawyer up quick because she was more guilty in my opinion. Okay, so we're going to watch where she does talk in the third one. I don't think it's a whole lot.
Of course. So the whole reason why I come back in here is to bring you the other one, so you're not eating that crap. Hold on.
Where is Victoria's dad in all of this?
Out of the picture, he told me he had wanted nothing to do with me or her
When
she was born. When I called him and told him that I was in the hospital with her.
So he's never been around?
Mm.
Have you ever contacted him since? Would you even know how to get a hold of him?
No,
Do you know his name and number so we can
I
contact
know
him?
his name,
What's
but
his name?
Kyle Martinez.
Victoria's dad.
Kyle Martens.
No, Kyle Martinez?
Yeah,
You don't know his date of birth?
no,
How old roughly is he?
he's probably about 32, 33 now.
Is he around here?
Last time I knew, he worked at a construction company by linens and things off of Cutler, over there where the new Bye Bye Baby is. Over
Is he on her birth certificate?
there? No,
How much knowledge of all this does Matthew's dad have?
absolutely no.
So he has no knowledge of what you're doing? Okay.
So he never participated with you in sexual acts with your kids?
Mm-mm.
No. How long, years-wise, how long has this been going on with men and your children?
A year? Maybe
Just
6 months?
Just a year? So 6 months to a year
Hmm.
is how long you've been allowing these other men to come over and do what you guys have been doing?
Did you engage in any sort of sexual activity with your children by yourself
No.
prior to these men?
No.
So how did you discover that this was something that you wanted to be a part of or take part in? How did you get into that? Was it something you just wanted to try?
Just to see. Curious, yes.
Is this something that ever happened to you?
Not to my knowledge.
So you didn't have like a mother or a father that sexually assaulted you or allowed other people to sexually assault you.
That's not true.
Look me in the eye real quick. It's just the 3 men that have had sex with your daughter and your son.
Yes.
No more.
No.
See, I feel like right there, look me in the eye real quick and tell me this information, verify it for me. I feel like he said that because he knew that he had a feeling that like she was lying about some things and he was trying to get the truth. Because he had that feeling and he could tell that she was lying about some shit.
Yeah. See, I told you that one's better, huh? That stuff is just too
That
hard.
one tastes like a cardboard. I have
I love those. All right.
All right.
Hey, you hungry, Michelle?
Yeah, a little bit.
A little bit? For more than like a granola bar?
Yeah, if you have it.
Okay, I'll see if we can get something for you.
Me too, Hannah. I'm so confused. Right. Good question. I think it's because she's telling them what they want to hear and it's not the truth. I think that's how she can eat.
Yeah.
Hold
What
on.
kind of email do you use?
It's the POF website.
So you're using their... Doing all right?
Yeah.
Burger? Hey, so you had told me earlier that you talked to some of these dudes and stuff on email? Is that, like, is that how you primarily speak to these dudes, is email?
Yeah.
What kind of email do you use?
It's the POF website.
So you're using their actual, like,
Username.
okay. So does it go to an instant message account on Plenty of Fish, or does it go to, like, you go to yahoo.com and open your email?
No, it's actually in Plenty of Fish. It's just like it's not an instant message type thing. It's just like a message thing. It looks like an email, but it's not. But it's from Plenty of Fish directly.
Okay.
In order to get the instant messaging, you would have to become a member. That's
So you're not
part
a
of the free
member?
trial. No,
You're just
I
a
was on the
trial?
free trial.
Okay. Do you get to, like, post a picture and stuff on there?
No, you can post like, I think 6 pictures or 8 pictures.
Do you have pictures up on there?
Yeah.
Okay. What's your username on that?
Martens 0714.
Just like you spell your name?
Yeah,
07,
14.
okay?
1981.
That's your birthday, isn't it?
Oh wait, no, that's my email. I'm sorry. it's Martens 0714.
What's your email? Martens at what? The 0714
Gmail.
at Gmail? And your Plenty of Fish is Martens 0714?
Yes.
That's it? That's the login? And so, do you get emails on your Gmail from Plenty of Fish?
It lets me know who like wants to meet me and stuff like that.
Like, say I talked to you on there, say I sent you something, would it say on your Gmail, he messaged you, or
Yeah.
sent you a message, or he poked you?
See, she's very loud, very definitive in her answers right now. It's not real low. It's not in a question. She's not answering the question with a question. She's very definitive about her answer, very sure of it, and very secure in her answer right now because she's telling the truth. Scorpio, I'm sorry I've taken up, Miss Scorpio, I'm sorry I've taken up a lot of your time today. We've got this one little part and then the part where she gets arrested left. It's not much.
You or liked your thing or whatever?
Yeah.
Okay. You alright?
Yeah, I'm cold.
Yeah, it's a little chilly in here.
It was cold in there too.
So, what's his username? Fabian, do you know?
I can't remember exactly. I think it was just his name. I don't remember. I can't remember. It's been a while.
So, what was the last, do you still message people on there now?
No, I deactivated it.
You deactivated it? Okay, when did you do that?
When I met him,
Just because you had no more need or what?
not just that I had no more need, it's just I thought I met somebody that like I could work out with.
Right.
So I just
You
deleted
didn't need to meet
it.
more people.
Mm-hmm.
See, even right there with that answer, he said, "Why did you delete the account? Because you thought you had no more need." And she says, "No, it's not that I thought I had no more need. I had thought I met somebody." But that's the same thing. You thought you met somebody, so you had no more need for a dating website. I mean, that's literally the question he just asked you. Why did you delete it? Because you thought you had no more need. Her answer is basically, no, I didn't delete it because I thought I had no more need. I deleted it because I thought I had met somebody and I had no more need. Like, make it make sense.
Did you meet David on there?
No, David, I used to work with at Bye Bye Baby.
Okay.
When I worked at Bye Bye Baby, I trained him.
What did he do over there?
He worked in the stroller department, and I was the customer service trainer. So I trained like all the new hires on the product in the store, and I did orientation and everything.
And what about the other guy, Joseph? Where did you meet him?
Peter.
How long have you had your Gmail account?
I just changed that one because my other one got hacked into.
Oh, okay.
So that one I had for a couple months now.
What was the old one?
Shelly
How
714
do you spell Shelly?
SHELLY.
Okay.
71481
Okay.
at Gmail.
And what's your phone number?
588
Hang on, what's it? 588.
8354
And what carrier do you have?
at 6.
Not sure how long have you had that phone number?
For a few months now.
2 months?
Yeah.
When was the last time that Matthew was at your house, that he stayed at the house or was there?
What's today? Tuesday? Yesterday. He was there Monday.
So he was there Monday last?
Yeah.
And he stayed the night there?
Yes.
How long have you had your phone number?
For a couple months.
Okay. What phone number did you have before?
T-Mobile.
Do you know that phone number?
505-610-50.
Hang on, I'm sorry, 505.
610 5062. I don't remember before that.
Why did you change phone numbers?
Because I was getting harassing phone calls from people who stole my identity.
Oh, who stole your identity? I'm not sure.
I'm not sure who did.
Okay. Have you always had the same, plenty of, is that POF? Or you've only had one account?
Mm-hmm.
Do you use any other websites like that for that kind of stuff?
No.
No other like porn stuff or Facebook or anything like that?
I'm on Facebook, but that's mainly to keep in touch with family in New York.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
not on there as much.
Do you like IM people and stuff or message people on there or not really?
Not often. Not often. Only if it's like one of my family members.
Okay. So there's no other way.
See, I think she's answering as in like the people she dates, not necessarily the people she's finding to hurt the child. Her saying that alone should have put her behind bars. She's literally agreeing that she is a child predator for over a year and did nothing about it. She is. I cannot believe, I just cannot believe it is not adding up at all, and I can't accept it. I can't accept it either, and she's admitting to that, but yes, thinking that she's going to go home. She thinks she's going to go home after she eats her burger. So again, I mean, I don't know how you could think you could sit there and say all these things and even have a possibility to go home. It just goes further into the cognitive ability to me. Abraham says lies. Who the hell steals an identity and then harasses the person they stole the identity from? That makes no sense. I mean, you do got a point there. She never allowed her children to be essayed and essayed over again. If I remember correctly, she was actually recognized for protecting her children. We'll see tomorrow
Contact
when we do the court.
these type of people other than Plenty of Fish or just kind of meeting them? Does David still work at Bye Bye Baby?
No.
No, he works
I
there.
don't know where he's at right now.
You haven't seen him in a while? Okay. I think we'll get out of here pretty quick. So eat up that burger and you got enough water, girl?
No.
I'll go grab you some water.
There he goes with that
Is that burger
girl.
okay for you?
Yeah, it's good.
Sorry if you don't like pickles.
No, okay.
I'll be right back, okay?
Okay.
And again, he referred to her as girl. I think next is the part. Hold on. Yeah. It's coming.
Oh my goodness, I was just doing it. Is this your paperwork? The hospital stuff?
Yeah.
Let's leave that there for now. Actually, I'm gonna take it because I'll put it with your with your other paperwork.
This I just need for work because I gotta get back to work.
For work?
Yeah,
You know, I'm
for
just gonna
work.
leave this in for now and we'll deal with it in a few, okay?
Okay.
All right.
See, she still thinks she's going to work even after everything that she's admitted to.
Michelle, at this point, you're under.
Hold on a minute. She still thinks she's going to work even after everything she's just admitted to. She needs to keep the paperwork. Like, her daughter's deceased. She was in the house with the two other people who possibly killed her daughter, or at least one of them did. And she still thinks she's going to work. Who would think that? I don't know. The detectives made a mistake of basing their case on this interrogation that fell apart after they were pushed to investigate outside of this. You think so? After listening to these detectives, I believe Fabian that he didn't essay Victoria, rest in peace. I tend to agree that with that too. To be honest, I think everyone is hard on her because you all believe she was a bad mother. In reality, she made bad decisions with boyfriends who made bad choices. I think so. Okay, so we're gonna watch her get arrested. Now watch her get arrested. I mean, even this part is like weird. Watch her reaction to it.
All right, go ahead and stand up for me. How's your burger?
Good.
Pretty good? All right, go ahead and put this on your bed.
So Michelle, at this point, you're under arrest for a homicide of a child, rape of a
See, she's very confused right now. She's real confused.
child, and a slew of whole other charges that I probably couldn't even list here if I wanted to. And if you need me to explain that to you, then there's no hope for it because I don't. Everything we talked about, the fact that you're shocked you're going to jail is beyond me.
Now, for him, I mean, I probably would have said the same thing if somebody sat there and told me that. I would have been like, the reason I don't even understand why you're shocked that you're going to jail because you're a sick son of a bitch. But she's legitimately confused because, I mean, I'm sure somebody could say because she thought she was going to get out of everything, but I think it's because she really didn't. I mean, she thought she told them what they wanted to hear, and she was going to need the paper to go to work because she said exactly what they wanted her to say. That's what I think.
And don't worry.
I don't know what that last part was. Okay. The poll says most people said no. I think. Hold on, let me refresh it. So the most response was to who do you believe? The most we got was 44% said no, just no. 33% said Fabian and 20% said Michelle. 3% said yes. So Julianne had a good point. Whatever she did or didn't do, she is still guilty of not contacting the police straight away and for letting Jessica stay with her, and that is very true. Someone tried to harm my daughter last night. She's 26, put a dinner date, turned into something it shouldn't have and thank God it didn't happen. Thank God, I'm so sorry. She didn't have any sweet deal during this interrogation. No, she didn't. There was plenty of evidence that she had 2 jobs, and there was proof from school DCFS that in reality she is a good mother. So, I mean, if we can prove all that, who was raping this child? Because it had been happening for some time. Horst said 100% disagree. Fabian, absolutely. Yes, Aid, Victoria, and Michelle watched and participated. You think so? Any normal person would have tried reading them papers. Oh, yeah, that's true. That's a good point. She thought she was sly, said Horselubber. Yeah, I'm glad your daughter's okay too. Michelle was the mother and responsible to protect both of her children. That is true too. I can't get to California fast enough to make my 26-year-old daughter understand what's happening in the world. Oh, girl, I know. She thought she had this one in the bag. Do you believe the first several news articles were a lot of publicizing what she said in this interrogation? I haven't looked at the news articles, but I'm definitely gonna get some stuff together for tomorrow's stream and see. He's an EMT. I'm like, what's this freaking phone number? How do I find this guy? Oh my goodness. The men she was bringing in from the fish tank. Yeah. I'm so sorry, sweetheart. I hope everything is okay. I don't know how someone could eat after all that. I really don't. I'll never understand that part. Yeah, I'm so sorry. And I hope you find him too. She doesn't understand. I'm so sorry. As soon as they offer you food, you're screwed, similar to the last meal concept. Yeah, that kills me. She does not understand this stuff can happen. I'm so sorry, sweetheart. I'm so sorry. Yeah, she zoned out with no interaction. She did. I'm so sorry. Let us know. I mean, if there's anything I can do, you can email me or let me know. And yeah, I'll keep her in my prayers. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that happened. Make sure you let us know tomorrow how everything is and that you're okay. And with that, I will definitely see you guys tomorrow. If nobody hasn't told you, you are important, you are special, and you are loved. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate you guys hanging out and watching these interrogations with us together, and for all the support. And tomorrow we will start on the trial and everything that happened basically after the interrogations. So I look forward to seeing y'all tomorrow. I hope you have a good night, and yeah, be safe out there. And I'll see y'all tomorrow. Thank you. Bye.